Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Big Apple Hockey. It is the start of a brand new year for the league as it's July 1st, Canada Day. It's Canada Day, right, guys? Yeah. All right. Anyway, here we go. And hopefully we're going to get down to a lot of trades and free agent signings. I, of course, am your host, Marc Williams, and I'm joined by the man who has always been with me from the start of this, Mr. John Fulkowski.
Marc was apparently lost for a catchphrase there for a second. He had to think about that one and put that one together. But we're the big day free agent frenzy. I know it's funny that three of us are in three different types of settings. Marc's in, I assume, a hotel room. Anthony is outside. Airbnb, nice. That's even better, actually. And then I'm just normally where I am. So, it'll be an interesting day. And we've got some stuff to go over. So on to the next guy over here, which would be
the Mr. Anthony Rocco, who is outside and the sun is always shining on him.
Yeah. So I have to ask this question before we really dive into it. I know there have already been questions about what signings are official, whatnot. But out of all the hockey calendar days, not with the actual game being played on ice, free agency, trade deadline, draft day, what's your favorite? Because I gotta say, I think July 1st free agency is always my most exciting favorite day compared to trade deadline and some other days.
I'm gonna say
you go first.
I'm gonna say trade deadline just because we have hockey to still look forward to. Like after this, then there's a lot of nothingness for a while, for about like a good almost I would say about 3 months. I mean, you may get some signings and trades in here and there, but like the actual day itself that you're looking for after this is opening night. Like you're not looking forward to like training camp. Oh, great. When training camp's here, we're in the home stretch. Awesome, cool. But like there's no hockey on that day. Are we really looking forward to preseason? Yeah, of course. But like it's opening day. It's opening night, rather, that we're really looking for after that. So I would say trade deadline is probably my favorite because at least there's still hockey. We're in the home stretch of the season. Things are getting real interesting. New players are being acquired.
I'm actually going to go with it being today. Every team is active. Every team is looking forward to trying to restart their seasons. And, how about that?
Chris, saying that.
Yeah, I don't see Blake Wheeler as a Ranger, but that's a different story. We'll worry about that.
Marc Williams, whether you see him as a Ranger or not, it's coming out for a reason. Darren Dreger is saying that Blake Wheeler continues to nail down his options, hearing the New York Rangers are a strong contender at this point.
Okay. Good. I hope he takes the Zach Parise type of deal. But Anthony, I think today is always the best day because it's the start of a new year. Everybody's getting money off their books, or they're trying to add on players, trying to reshape their roster. Phil, the reason why I would go against trade deadline, which is actually a great day as well. Yes, there's hockey to be played, but half the league is giving up and waving the white flag. That's the only. And if not the other half of the league,
but the half of the league that's giving up is facilitating those deals to make that happen.
Exactly. That is part of it.
So
today is a great day. I guess in a way, draft day, by the way, also would go in there because at least I know this is coming right after it.
I don't want anything to do with Kyle Yamamoto. His playoff performance was completely disappointing. I want nothing to do with that. If people are going to rag on Patrick Kane and say that he was cooked and all this other stuff, no. I want nothing to do. Antti Ranta staying with the Canes 1 year, $1.5 million apparently.
We'll add that in. We're also going to have a free agent ticker for everybody, so that way you can keep track with us. So I'm going to add to the goalies.
Let's just start this off by I guess just reporting to everyone that the deals that are probably going to become official shortly after noon. So you got Christie saying Rantha's going to stay with the Canes. Mackenzie Blackwood's going to stay with the Sharks. Milan Lucic is reportedly signing with the Bruins. Jonathan Quick signing with the Rangers. Cam Talbot signing with the Kings. And word is Ryan Reeves is going to be signing with the Toronto Maple Leafs. So that's so far a lot of the moves that are an OEL to Florida. That's the stuff that apparently is basically already done. So, I think, unlike when they had the free agent window where teams were able to talk to players, and so many of the signings happened right after noon, being that they took that away, there's a little bit more suspense. I don't think you'll see as many signs right afternoon, like 12:01, 12:02, which is a good thing. I like that better, but those are the signings that look to be official so far today.
Anthony Rother going back to the Canes. We had him. I don't think I have him on my list right here. Okay. So guys, let me ask this question. I threw this one out there. What first off, what's today going to be? Is it going to be more about the trades that are going to happen? Maybe extensions getting announced. After all, Tampa Bay, I think, announced 3 of them last year. Or is it going to be about free agents making destination decisions today? We'll start with you, Phil.
I don't think you're going to see many trades. I really don't. I think if anything, you're looking. It's more about the free agent signings than anything. You might see some extensions, but it's the free agency signings.
Anthony, what do you think?
I mean, if this was bar talk, this is the layup. It's more definitely about free agent signings. I think that, I mean, a guy like Alex DeBrincat, I think, is definitely going to get traded, whether it be today, tomorrow. But I think for the most part, it's going to be free agent signings. Possibility of an Erik Karlsson trade. So they're doing it wrong. There are going to be some trades, but a lot of them are going to be free agent signings. So. Let's kind of dive into it. I mean, while we wait 6 minutes until noon, today, what our New York teams are going to do. For me, for hand it off to you guys with the Rangers, I think today for the Islanders, I think Varlamov, from all reports, is pretty much locked up. Starting to hear some reports, too, that Mayfield is likely staying. And then, as far as the free agent trade rumors, over the last couple of days, so Elliot Friedman said that the Islanders are in on DeBrincat kicking tires. Also mentioned Tarasenko. And then this morning, Bruce Garrett, I sent it to you guys, but tweets still weren't in betting, so I don't know if you saw it. But Bruce Garrett said that right now there are 4 teams really in on DeBrincat, and it's the Islanders, Capitals, Stars, and Predators. So a lot of names connecting to the Islanders, to DeBrincat. We'll see. We'll see what develops there. I talked to our good friend, who I'm sure you guys know, but he had said that the Islanders may take a look at Matt Duchene because he could play the left side as well as center, and I would be all for that. 32 years old, still has a lot of speed to his game, so he's a guy I'd be interested in. So I would say those are the things I would look out for the Islanders today. I think the most important thing, though, is that Lou re-signs Varlamov quickly, just because the backup goaltending market is dreadful right now. So take care of that. Make sure you don't have a hole there, because goaltending is one of their strongest assets with the tandem they got there. But that's what I'm looking for the Islanders right now. I'd be happy with any one of those 3 guys: Tarasenko, DeBrincat, or Duchene. For the Rangers, I think much different day. We hear the rumors about Wheeler, but I'll hand it over to you guys for that.
Look, yeah, you start with that one.
I think that's a player that they would like to have at the right price. He's definitely lost a step. It's a matter of whether or not they can get him to a reasonable deal. I wonder if there's salary bonuses involved with something like that. With Wheeler, you're rolling the dice a little bit. And I know it's going to remind some of the signings that they made back in the dark ages and so on. I don't think that's the case, just because of the fact that I think that there is something left in the tank. I don't think that he's being brought in to be the main contributor, just a guy that can help facilitate some offense at 5-on-5. And I think that if anything, they like the size and the speed that he brings and the veteran leadership and experience. I know that there was a big problem in that locker room, but I mean, he wore that captain's seat for a while. I know he was stripped of it, but I think there's more to it. I don't want to get too into that because I don't know all the details of everything that happened in Winnipeg. I'm not going to pretend to. So otherwise, I think they would like to bring Patrick Kane back, but I think that's going to be something that happens probably more towards the middle or the end of the offseason when he figures out how he feels, after his surgery and everything like that, what his outlook is, what the doctors give him on an outlook. I could definitely see him returning for a very, very, very cheap deal after this. I mean, I originally thought that, maybe if they get him back for like $4 million, they would be good. I think it's probably even less than that now with the surgery. I think you're looking at maybe a $2 to $3 million deal. Okay. Per Renaud Lavon, one of the better and more renowned, more underrated insiders in the league, sounding like Washington and Montreal are about to make a trade. I wonder what this is going to be. Could this be Evgeny Kuznetsov?
Well, we've been waiting for Evgeny Kuznetsov to get traded for a long time. For me, the New York Rangers need to get depth.
Phil.
Yeah.
Two questions. I have more info on that Montreal Washington trade. When I switch my tab to look at Twitter, do you guys still see me or no?
Yeah, we still see it.
We still see you, yeah.
Okay, I was wondering what happened when I switched the tab to Twitter so I could. All right, so Elliot Friedman saying that Montreal and Washington talking Joel Edmondson.
Okay, so Washington wants to add some beef to their back end. Okay.
Yeah.
For me, I look at guys like Oscar Sundqvist that go those. The Rangers need to make that fourth line something hard to play against. That's one of the things they have a problem with. And you already got Jimmy Vesey under contract. He's affordable. Barclay Goodrow is not going anywhere. And my first question is, does that shock anybody?
I think Barclay Goodrow is going somewhere. I think it might take a little longer. I think they're going to move that cap.
So they missed the buyout window, but they could still trade him. But as Arthur Staple mentioned yesterday, the Rangers are thin on future second and third. So if they were to move him, they would probably have to trade their 2024 second rounder because they don't have one, I believe, in 2025 and 2026. So do you want to make that move?
My short answer is no. I think your second rounder is more valuable for trades going forward next year. What if this team is in the same position that they were last year? You still have to go for a Stanley Cup. You might have to move your second round pick. Phil, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so we're another one that just came in. Darren Dreger is saying Matt Nieto to Edmonton. It's looking to be a 2-year deal. He actually tweeted that probably a half hour ago almost. I didn't see that. Rumor right now is Josh Bailey to the Leafs. Jeff Marek on Sportsnet just said, watch for Josh Bailey and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Ryan Reeves' deal is 3 years, $1.35 million AAV with the Leafs. Mackenzie Blackwood got 2.25 for 2 years with the Sharks. So 2.25 per year. That's very, very high for someone like him. Ekman Larsson's is 1 year, $2.25 million. Nathan Bastian re-signed with the Devils. Elliot Freeman saying that.
Ref picks to Montreal for Edmondson. That's what Dreger's saying 1 minute ago.
Okay.
It's the tricky part of leading up to the noon Eastern deadline. So
Chris T is saying Nieto to Pittsburgh, not Edmonton. Dreger, unless Dreger has updated this somehow. I tweeted it a minute ago. Sudden change. Nieto goes to Pittsburgh for two years, $900K. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Saravalli, 3rd and 7th rounders for Edmonton. Yeah, we were just saying that, draft picks.
Washington needed more defense on their roster, so I'm not really surprised that's
the Canucks. That's one that I think the Rangers, they could have found a way. That's a guy that I would have been in on. Oh man,
Carson Soucy to the Canucks.
Yeah, Carson Soucy to the Canucks.
Where was Nieto last year? Never mind.
Nieto was apt.
San Jose.
San Jose now.
I know he's bounced around.
I think he finished with the Avalanche.
He's been back and forth between those two teams for a while.
So if you look at Washington's defense, Carlson, Jensen, TVR, Sandin, Alexiev, and Faravari. So
also heard Blake Wheeler and the New York Rangers are a strong possibility for him. Let's see what happens with the market.
Yeah, LeBron just said he thinks the Rangers are a strong possibility for Blake Wheeler, and that's big because that's the most ringing endorsement I've heard of anyone being in on Wheeler. And Wheeler has flexibility at center and right wing, which is really important for the Rangers right now.
Ports are saying Luke Shen signing with Nashville.
Yeah, Luke Shen, 3 years, $2.75 million to Nashville. Yes, MJ edits. The Rangers are in on Wheeler. MJ edits. Who is that in your your profile picture? That's got to be from somebody from the US U18. Larry Brooks confirming Rangers are interested in Wheeler. I just saw that right as Chris T was saying that.
Are you guys a little? Wheeler is still, despite his age, is still a good player, but he's lost a little bit of foot speed. Are you guys concerned at all about signing a guy who's maybe getting a little slower?
Yeah, I didn't think that. I think he's still. Is he the burner he was years ago? No, but I still think he's a competent skater.
All right. This is a guy who last year, 16 goals, 39 assists. So he can definitely play that right side, especially on the power play. He had a few years ago, I think he had 40 power play points. But that's going only back to 2018. The other thing I have to say about him is his defense is about as good as the three of us sitting here talking about him. His defense is not very good. And I just don't know whether or not you can take a flyer on him. You could you guys can see my confidence in it. I don't think it's the right move for the Rangers.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Mark, though, they don't have much cap space to work with when you consider, needing to sign quick the backup goalie, re-sign Miller Lafreniere. So if they can get a player like Blake Wheeler for pretty cheap, who's still, pretty good, you take him.
You got to take it.
World, you got to take him if it's cheap.
Here's the alternative. The alternative is you wait on Patrick Kane and you go sign him to a cheap deal, and you're floundering around with 0 right-wing depth after Capo Caco for what, the 3rd year in a row? I don't buy it. I don't see it. I think that they get I think that they go and they get Wheeler. I think it's happening. Am I over the moon about it? No. Depending on the contract. Let's just say they bring him in. It's 1 year and like $2.5 million. Are we really going to complain about that?
No. And again, I understand that. You take that deal, you run with it, and then that's it. I just don't want to hear, because knowing the way the Rangers are, they'll sign him to a 7-year, $4 million AAV deal. Because that's what they've been doing with everybody.
Stop not doing that. He just got bought out.
I know. I'm just saying how stupid that they've been.
Ryan
I
Reeves,
said that earlier on.
Yeah.
I said that like I think probably about like 10 minutes ago or so, maybe a little more than that.
So Ryan Reeves going to Toronto. I mean, he's a guy that clearly you guys know he's good in the locker room. And for a team like Toronto, they could use a guy like him, his toughness and, you know, what he brings to a room. So, you know, good signing for them, you know, because the Maple Leafs need to change the makeup of their team. They do.
Yeah, you know what?
So Ryan Reeves is
Connor Brown signing with Edmonton as per Kevin Weeks. Yeah, I was seeing something about that before. But I really wonder what they're going to get with Ryan Reeves at this point in terms of like the actual on ice play, because I love what Ryan Reeves brings to a team in terms of like leadership and a presence in the locker room. I just really wonder what's left in the tank at this point, because he didn't seem like he had much with the Rangers, and then they got rid of him last year, and they made the right move by doing so, just because you couldn't really give him any more than maybe 10 minutes a game, and you were lucky to get something productive out of him for 10 minutes. The other thing is you bring a guy like that in to be a deterrent, like to stop guys like Tom Wilson from doing things to your team. I mean, he didn't really deter anything in New York. I mean, I know nothing happened. You could say, oh, well, that's part of his effect. I don't necessarily think that was the case. But I do like what he brings to a locker room. I do like the leadership. And the one thing that I know that I said when the Rangers first got him, and I definitely noticed it to be the case, is that players start walking around with their chests out like this, and everybody's rah, 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 because a guy like that is there, and you know, God forbid something happens, he's first guy into the dogfight. He is. He's the first guy in. So Toronto's needed a guy like that since the Wendell Clark, Doug Gilmour days.
Yeah, Wayne Simmons and Darcy Tucker don't fit that mold?
No, because Darcy Tucker was a pest. He wasn't a guy that was going to deter. Like, I mean, I don't even have to talk to Anthony about what Darcy Tucker. I know that's a name that if there was anybody that Anthony would probably curse to hell, it'd probably be Darcy Tucker.
I was at that game,
Yes.
Anthony. I know.
Yeah. So, I mean, Darcy Tucker's not that type. Wendell Clark was that type. Wendell Clark would go in, score a goal, punch you in the face afterwards if he needed to, if you wanted to fight him. That guy was an absolute bulldog. Doug Gilmour was a guy that you knew he was going to go into the trenches and make the big plays, physical plays, lay somebody out. They called him killer for a reason. Toronto's needed that since those days. So getting Ryan Reeves, yeah, I know that he's not going to have that same effect or close to, but like
3 years.
Yeah,
3 years for Reeves?
3 years is a bit much. I'm surprised he's getting 3 years.
I mean, he'll be traded next year, so he's got a shelf life. Great guy. He's got a shelf life.
He does. You're right.
Bob Ganoush was saying, actually, bring that one back up, Anthony. That was
Hold on, more. This is more important. Ryan O'Reilly to Nashville.
Wow!
Now, I mean,
big domino of
that's
the
a Barry Trotz player.
That is a Barry Trotz player.
That's a Brian. That's a Barry Trotz player.
Yeah, it is. You know what? It's funny. I forget who it was. I was watching one of the shows. I don't know if it was on here on TSN, but they were talking about Matt Duchene and Ryan Johansson being shipped out, and the word that was said right after that was culture. Ryan O'Reilly is culture. That is culture. That's a guy that he handles himself in a certain way on and off the ice. He's a natural-born leader. He's a Stanley Cup winner, Conn Smythe winner. He knows what it takes to win. He does all the things that it takes to win. And I think that's a guy that he knows how to drag everybody into a fight. And Ryan O'Reilly is going to change that culture in Nashville. So if they're retooling and he doesn't mind being around a team that maybe might suffer for a couple of years, depending on how long this deal he's going to sign is for, I think that this is a real good signing for them. Now you finally have a top 6 center because who did they have? I mean, was their best center Phil Tomasino at this point?
Yeah, after you got rid of Johansson and Duchesne, yeah. I mean, I would think so.
Yeah, Johansson was that was a shocker. I mean, last weekend when that happened, I was like, whoa. I was like, I couldn't believe that they dealt him for nothing. And then it was,
but I thought the Duchesne buyout was even more shocking because Duchesne's still a pretty good player. So
that's what I was gonna get to. I was saying that was shocking, and then Duchesne just absolutely knocked my socks off. It's like I couldn't even believe that they let him go like that. Like, really?
Well, it's clear that Trotz wants to turn the page, and I'm sort of amazed by this, guys. Talk about that. Poyle retires. And it looks like Trotz is trying to really take the organization in a different direction. He goes out and gets Andrew Brunette, a more offensive coach. They've never preached offense ever in Nashville. And then now it looks like they're doing their best to just change the identity of the Nashville Predators completely. That's amazing.
Ryan O'Reilly's 4 years, $4.5 million AAV.
Thoughts on that contract, guys?
Oh, that's actually a really good deal.
4.5. I thought maybe he was going to get around 5. Yeah,
I'll tell you what. I think it's an amazing contract.
Yeah,
4.5.
I like the term too. I really do. He, I believe, is 32. So you get out of that deal at 36 years old. I really do like that for
JVR. Bruins.
What?
JVR to the Bruins, 1 year deal.
I mean, for 1 year, $1 million. I mean, he isn't the same player, but I mean, you can't really go wrong for that money. 1 year, $1 million.
No, you can't. You hope you get something out of him. You hope that you get maybe 15 goals, 30 points. Something like that, and if you get that out of JVR for 1 year, $1 million.
No, you're right.
Then
I was just gonna ask you, how are you getting your info so fast? Because my Twitter on my phone and my desktop isn't working. So now you're in the same boat as everybody else.
I think
it sucks.
I think Chris T was either getting it from one of the free agent frenzies, or mid deal by Bruins. He's too old. You know what? I'm gonna disagree with you here. I think when you get a player like that you could get a rebound for, and he's not a bad player at this point. He really isn't. Like, so to say that like he's cooked or anything like that, I disagree. I mean, he had 29 points in only 61 games, so that's just under a 40-point pace last year. So if you get a player like that can score around 40 points for $1 million, even if he only scores 30, 35, you get that player for 1 year, $1 million. I mean, if he ends up producing to that level, that's going to be one of those moves, especially if Boston is like successful, if they like make the playoffs, or if like, especially if they have like a roster that looks not great on paper and they make the playoffs, then that would be one of those moves that would put Don Sweeney in the the manager of the year conversation, the Jim Gregory Award.
Pierre LeBrun 3 minutes ago said Carolina has circled back to Freddie Anderson, trying to re-sign him.
Connor Sheary to Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Anthony, go ahead.
Back to Edmonton. That's not a bad.
What I was saying was, so they're trying to re-sign him as I own the Ranger fans in the Metro. I hope that Anderson does not re-sign there, because the goalies right now are slim picking. So if he leaves, they're going to be left with Ranta and Kochekov, which I guess isn't terrible, but Anderson leaving makes them a weaker team. So hopefully Freddie Anderson does not re-sign in Carolina, but we'll see how that goes.
The Rangers signed Quick to $1.2 million.
What?
I'm hearing that the Rangers signed Quick. That the contract is $1.2 million. I'm
I don't
checking
like
out
that.
right now. Don't have anything yet.
Yeah, that was the rumored price from Staple. I'm not a fan of that deal. If that's the case, I just to me, I don't like it. I think the guy's cooked personally. I would love to be proven wrong, but
He is.
you know what? So, I mean, the thing is you look at his workload for last year. He played 41 games last year. He's not going to be called on to play 41 games. All right, so I'm gonna play positive here. I'm gonna be good cop. So he's not getting 41 games with the Rangers, right? We all know that it's not happening, correct?
That's right.
Yep.
Okay. So you cut that.
We better not.
You cut that in half. You give him a reduced workload. Now he's got to come to the terms with the fact that he's a backup, and that he's going to get more rest between starts. You have the best goaltending coach in the entire NHL, and if you want to make the argument for Mitch Korn, maybe even the best goaltending coach ever. Between him and Mitch Korn, it's those two, and there are no other guys even in that question, unless you want to count Vladislav Tretiak for coaching Eddie Belfour. But what other notable students has Tretiak had aside from Belfour? If anything, I like that. Varlamov back to the Islanders as per.
Not a surprise.
Not a surprise there. Yep. But going back to Quick, I think he gets 20 games at most. And I think the reduced workload can actually help his body out. I just wonder how he reacts to being a backup and how he handles it in terms of his preparation and how that affects his on-ice play. Because you got to remember, this guy's been a starter his entire career. Like, now there's going to be an adjustment. And goaltenders, any goaltender will tell you, when you go from being a starter and being on a schedule where you're in a rhythm and you're playing every other day and you're the guy, you don't have much time off. To go from that, it's like, Marc, going from a starter to a reliever.
Yep.
That way. I mean, so that's really what I wonder about.
That used to be treated as a demotion. When you were a starter, you got moved to relief.
Not anymore.
And now you get more relievers that they're making it starters now because they're like, hey, wait, this guy can actually do something. Phil, I got to say this, though, about Quick. Not 1 month, except for 2 games in April last year, did he have over a 900 save percentage.
Who?
Not 1 month last year, except for, again, April, did he have a sub 3 goals against.
What, Jonathan Quick?
Jonathan Quick. I do agree with you. I think him going to a reduced role could help. Limiting the number of games. Now, again, I'm going to point out this. In January, he played 4 games. He was 0-3, 8.57 goals against, 3.52. The 8.57 was the save percentage, 3.52 for the goals against. And another 4 games in February, 8.21 save percentage, 4.27. Obviously, he was not in a good situation in LA anymore. But those are numbers that you're going, well, you only got 8 games in 2 months, and that was the production you had? Yikes.
Here's my biggest worry. The Rangers and the Kings and the Knights were both superior defensive teams to the Rangers, who bled out a lot of high danger scoring chances against, particularly at 5-on-5. The penalty killing group was not a great group until really the end of the year for the Rangers. I worry about Quick and how this defense is going to be in front of him. The only thing I will say now, the flip side, the positive side to that is now you're going to have a coach with structure who will hold players accountable and who will probably bench players like a Keandre Miller when he starts running around like a chicken with his head cut off in his own zone again, like he did at times last year. So I worry about how Quick is going to be behind a worse defense probably in terms of what they are on paper and the schematics. But again, the flip side to that is I think Laviolette will bring in more of a sound structure. And and this is another thing here. You brought in Phil Housley, great defenseman, known as a puck mover, but still very good defender in his own end, underrated in that aspect. You brought in a 2-time Selke winner in Michael Pekka to come help out the forwards defensively and win faceoffs. So this is going to be a different staff with a different schematic and a different outlook on play. So hopefully these things kind of offset, and Jonathan Quick could at least be what Yaroslav Halak was, maybe even slightly better. Because remember, Yaro Halak, first 6 starts, winless. He was brutal. He had over 3 goals against. I guess we lost Marc for a second. Over 3 goals against, and I believe an .881 save percentage in those first 6 starts. Then after those first 6 starts, he went 10-4-4 with a .910 save percentage in his final 19 starts of the season. And he was brilliant in a lot of those starts. So,
and look, Allaire can take somebody. The only guy I think Benoit Allaire hasn't improved was Oleg Pavlik. All the rest of the guys.
I think he actually helped out Andre Pavlich because Andre Pavlich at that time, he belonged in the AHL, and Benoit Allaire actually got some okay starts out of him.
My bad, Andre Pavlich. And again, I actually thought he was – well, I thought he was still better, but you look at Antti Ranta, who he greatly improved, made him into an NHL starter. Then it was before that, it was Cam Talbot. And Marty Biron was a great backup, not a good one for the Rangers. So, again, he can do that. Mitch Korn does that everywhere he goes. Or now he's the director of what do you got?
Dave Pagnotta reporting on the trade talk, some chatter picking up involving Ducks forward Adam Henrique in the final year of his contract has a 10-team no trade list. Adam Henrique looks like he might be moved sometime soon, possibly today.
Henrique, I don't know. I don't. Early on in his career, I thought he was a pretty good player. I think right now, I don't know how much he really has or how much he can contribute. But I mean, I guess if you're a team and you have the cap space, and you need help at center ice, you can take a flyer on him. But I wouldn't pay any.
Anthony, I would reconsider that statement, my friend. I don't think you've looked at his numbers these last 2 years, my man.
Henrique?
I think that's a pretty silly statement if you looked at his numbers these last 2 years.
Chris T saying Blake Wheeler to the Rangers.
What?
Chris T saying Blake Wheeler to the Rangers.
Do we have this official somewhere? Do we have it official somewhere? Let's see.
Keep looking right now.
Let's see here. Brennan Clack of at NHL Update on Twitter. He has just under 8,000 followers. He's a producer for A Little More Conversation on the Chorus Radio Network. I don't really know if this guy's legitimate or not. But we'll see.
I'll find it out soon enough. We'll see.
3 minutes about you're reporting it. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Frank Ciarelli.
There it is. The New York Rangers tweeted it out. Blake Wheeler to the New York Rangers. All right.
Diana, I got to disagree with you. Yaro Halak in those first 6 games was really bad. And I remember a lot of Ranger fans wanted him gone after that Columbus game. When Columbus came into the Garden in October, I think it was like the end of October, he was just an absolute stinker that night. And he played one good game in those first 6 starts, and it was an overtime loss against Detroit. And he wasn't even great that game. He was decent. So, whoa.
There we go, guys.
800K?
Holy shit.
What the hell?
All right, let's see if that's actually true.
No, I'm not. Listen, guys. I'm not surprised. You saw it with Zach Parise. I'll tell you what happens when you're a guy and you're making a lot of money and you get bought out. 2 things happen. One, the player knows he's comfortable already. Money is not really the issue. And then 2, teams that are interested in signing that player know that he's getting paid. He's getting paid handsomely from his other team.
You just got a top 6 right winger for $800K.
Wow.
I guess
It is amazing how quickly my tune can change when information like that comes out. Now it's okay. Blake Wheeler's a New York Ranger.
I thought $2 million. I was like, all right, $2.5 million. I'd be like, okay, cool, good job, Chris Drury, golf clap. $800K.
Hey, wow. I mean, that.
You hear what I said, Mark?
What?
You hear what I said?
About him, about getting bought out and then, signing for cheap afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard that.
That's all right. That's what happens. It's a great deal.
I can
it's
still
a great deal
recall
for the
Anthony,
team.
though. Andrew already got bought out, and then he was still making $3 million with Tampa Bay on a multi-year.
But even still, though, he was making what, $5 million previously. It still was $1.5 million less.
To go from the salary that he was at, like I said, you would have told me $2 million, I would have understood that. But less than $1 million, that's a far drop.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, I think Blake Wheeler's a veteran. He's older.
Can we talk about this for a second? Can we talk about that for a second? Ryan Reeves got $550K more than Blake Wheeler. Oh, man. Anthony, here's your chance to dunk on Toronto because I know you love dunking on them, man.
Yeah, I mean, I could attest to, it's not really smart to give players like that multi-year deals. I mean, just look at, Lou's signed Ross Johnston to consecutive 4-year contracts. You don't do that. There's no need to do it. But like I was saying, Blake Wheeler, obviously at this point in his career, location mattered. You said yesterday he wanted to be in the Eastern Conference. He has a lot of money. He wants to win. So for him, money was secondary, clearly. And that's, like Matt Duchene was bought out. He's 32, so he's 4 years younger. Now so he was making $8 million. I don't know about you guys. I still expect Matt Duchene to get at least $4 million on his next deal.
Yeah, that one, yeah. I expect, yeah.
A 1-year deal with $300,000 max in bonuses.
Can Alex Killorn go somewhere in the West, please? When he plays against the Rangers. This guy always kills the Rangers. Ugh.
Well,
right now.
Well, let me go back to Wheeler's stats from before. And now I got to go from unenthused to completely enthused.
You just got a top 6 winger. You just got a top 6 right winger for less than $1 million. Sorry, that's great. Good, Chris Drury.
Mackenzie Blackwood, 2 years, 2.35 to stay with the Sharks.
Is that 2.35 AAV?
AAV, yeah, 2.35 AAV.
Quick 1 year, $825K. Wow.
Is quick the same situation that bonuses?
And they're a top 6 winger who's going to be on a prove me deal for less than $200K. Oh my God, Chris Drury is on fire right now today. What?
His best season, by the way.
I do not want anything to do with Mackenzie Blackwood at 2 and change. I'll take my chances on Jonathan Quick over Mackenzie Blackwood. Oh my God.
And Phil, what do the Rangers have down the farm that you wanted to see whether or not he was ready?
Dylan Garand.
Okay.
Dylan Garand was the guy that I wanted to see what they had with him.
Is Dave's is that accurate? They gave Quick a full no movement clause.
I haven't seen anything about that. I'm checking right now.
I'll tell you this. If that's the case, they gave him a full no movement, I'd be okay with that because you're talking about $825K.
That's what they did with Halak. They gave Halak a. Oh no, he's messing. He's messing. He said he's messing around. But they gave Halak a no movement clause. That's why it seemed believable.
It seemed realistic, yeah. Dave Ortiz over there pulling an Anthony LaRocco trying to prank everybody.
I am known to be quite the jokester.
Yeah, you are. You are. Anthony Mercolino, who's actually been he's one of our OG viewers, actually. I haven't seen him in a while, though. As a Hartford Wolfpack season ticket holder, Garand killed it in the playoffs and was the big reason. Yeah, from what I heard, yeah, that's what I heard as well. Yeah, and I like this comment here from Everest. If he finds a way to keep Tarasenko, I will be impressed.
I highly doubt it. Tarasenko is.
That's going to be a tough one.
I think he's getting a payday.
Portal for Wheeler with an $800K base salary. Okay. I mean, even still, so 1.1 million.
So, Mark.
Anthony, go ahead.
When you say payday for Tarasenko, now, what did clarify? Because on his previous contract, he was making $7 million. Are you saying he's going to get that again? Because I can tell you, there's no shot he's getting $7 million again.
He's not getting $7 million. I'm going to say maybe anywhere between 4 to 5. I'll say he's going to get a reduced rate. He is still 2 years removed from an 86-point season. I mean, this is one more team to remember. This day is all about one dumb owner, one dumb GM. You end up taking your contract and you overpay for somebody, then you just raise the market for the next guy.
And Shesterkin's a star. If there's a big drop off, you notice it, but he just has to give quality.
I'm not sure of what this is. Davey, I'm not sure of what you're mentioning here. Sorry, I'm a little confused. Might have to elaborate a little more there. Tarasenko to Islanders?
Let's see about that one.
Is that just Everest saying something, or are we actually seeing something here?
I think he's just saying something. I haven't heard anything about that. Listen, I won't be surprised if that happens. You know, as I said numerous times, when he first requested to be traded, see, it's just his opinion.
Oh, okay. Renan Lavoie saying Alex Belzile has signed with the Rangers. Yeah, he's saying a 2-year deal for Alex Belzile with the Rangers. It's an AHL deal for just depth. He may play some games with the Rangers at some point. Everest did. Just to clarify for everybody in the chat, not even just Everest. I'm not trying to single out Everest, but if you're stating your opinion on something, please just let us know that it's your opinion. We don't want to misdirect anybody or anything like that. So just please let us know it's the opinion. If you've got a source, like you're seeing something from one of the insiders and we haven't gotten to it yet, definitely say per whoever it is if you've got something. I mean, we definitely appreciate everybody chiming in, especially if we can't get to certain things because we're toggling back and forth between screens. No, Everest. No, you're good, buddy. no need to apologize, really. I just want to clarify that this way, we're not going all over the place looking for something like that. So,
just to further that point, though, that's a very reasonable opinion. This is a guy that when he was first requested to be traded, the Islanders were on the list of teams he'd go to. And then after he was traded to the Rangers, Elliot Friedman had said he wanted to go specifically to the Rangers, Islanders, or Devils. So if he truly wants to stay in the New York area, then it's
absolutely. That's part of what I was trying to get at was that it's actually a believable statement because of the fact that the Islanders were not even just when he was traded, but going back even further. If you go back to when the rumors first came out, Tarasenko's listed rumor teams from like the very beginning had both the Rangers and the Islanders. Like he wanted to be in this area. So I just wanted to further that. But Freddie Anderson back to Carolina, expecting 2 years by $3.5 million per Chris Johnston.
Well, at least we can all take a breath that we don't have to worry about Jonathan Drouin. Because I had somebody suggest that he was a possibility for the Rangers, and my eyes just lit up. No, absolutely not.
I don't. Not with Laviolette. Maybe under Gallant, maybe under David Quinn, maybe under the previous regime, they would have thought about it for cheap. But I don't. I'm cool with the salary cap being eliminated too. And I know that people are going to say, "Oh, well, you're a Ranger fan, and during the dark days, the Rangers took advantage of all that." The problem I have with the salary cap is that it allows teams in smaller markets to try to use that as sort of like a crutch in this case, because you have a lot of teams that are refusing to spend to go and help improve themselves. Like you have your Arizonas that don't want to spend. Look at Chicago. They just gave two guys a combined $8 million that are fourth line. All right, so they gave a third liner in Foligno and a fourth liner in Perry, a combined $8 million AAV to go and do what? To try to get to a cap floor? Like, to me, that it's stupid. It's stupid. I think the salary cap floor should stay. I say get rid of all right, so maybe not get rid of it completely, but raise it up a lot higher than what we're doing. Let teams spend. And anybody who doesn't want to spend, it's the problem with baseball. You have all these guys benefiting from revenue sharing. Your Jeffrey Lorias for years who pickpocketed revenue sharing money under the old system. And now Jeffrey Loria is gone from Miami, thank God. But owners don't want to spend. Just put it this way: if you don't want to spend, don't buy a professional sports team. Keep your money, invest it elsewhere. Don't buy a damn sports team. It's not for you then if you don't want to spend.
Anthony, you first.
I'm just gonna play devil's advocate here because I mean there are a lot of stuff I do agree with Phil, but again, playing devil's advocate. Let's say you take away the salary cap. Let's say, just an example, you have a team like Winnipeg who wants to spend money. Now they're in a situation where, why would a player ever choose to go to Winnipeg when you have big markets that they're going to choose 10 out of 10 times every single day? If you eliminate the salary cap, teams like that are not going to be able to sign a free agent pretty much ever.
Devil's advocate right back at you. What if Winnipeg wants to offer more money to said player instead of one of the big markets?
Chances are, though, a player might just say no anyway, just because it's not a desirable place to live, and they have other options.
But look at what Columbus does. Columbus had to overpay Rick Nash like crazy to stay, and he stayed, and they gave him the money. If you allow teams to do that type of thing, the owners that are willing to spend that money will take advantage of it. And that's the problem. There are a lot of owners that don't want to do that. And you have to weed these owners out to make these teams competitive and help grow the game in these markets. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I completely see the other side of the argument. But at the same time, It all comes down to the owners. There is no argument, no way around this. It is the owners. They are the ones that either refuse to spend the money or are willing to spend it.
I can't help but look at this. Go ahead, Anthony.
Tyson Yost resigns with Buffalo. This is several players now that didn't get qualified and went back to their teams. Mackenzie Blackwood didn't get qualified by San Jose, went back. Nathan Bastian didn't get qualified in New Jersey, back. Jost back. Interesting trend. I wonder what the incentive is there to not qualify the player and then re-sign him anyway. I guess it has to do with the qualifying offer, how much money it is.
I'll give, since Sean just joined us, Blake Wheeler for whether it's 800 or whether it's 1.1 million. It's a steal. It's a steal, man. It really is. That's a great pickup. Chris Drury Jonathan Quick for 825. That's probably about half of what Yaroslav Halak is probably going to end up getting. And I hate to say it, but getting what they've got and having to save, like $750K or whatever it is that they're probably going to save from Quick to Halak. That's important right now. With the Rangers cap situation, every dollar counts.
I got to say, and by the way, Sean, you never saw somebody's opinion snap around so quick, because I went from this is going to be a terrible decision to, oh my God, because $800K, I'd pay for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin Weeks saying, I know it was already reported that Sherry was going to the Lightning, but he said they're working towards deals with Sherry and Glendening.
It's not a bad little move for Tampa Bay. Glendening, great face, probably one of the best face-off men in the entire league, if not the best, the second best easily. That's a guy that averages about 57 to 60% of face-offs every year. It's a good move. Marc, his connection must be crap because he keeps.
I guess,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I keep getting kicked out of my own thing.
Yeah, I was about to say your connection's garbage.
It's not my connection. It's when I scroll. If I move the wrong way. Go ahead, Ann.
This is just what Tampa does. Tampa always finds a way to sign players that fill key roles for them, even though, when you look at their cap space, last I looked the other day, they had $450 worth of cap space, and yet they always just continue to add. I'm looking at it right now. Cap friendly projected cap space $450,000. Yet they're going to add two players, and who else? God knows what else they're going to do. But Tampa
Jonas Corposalo to Ottawa.
First off, that's a good move for the Ottawa Senators.
5-year deal for Corposalo. Wow, it's at $4 million AAV.
Just to mention this for Al. The spitting incident will have nothing to do with Miller.
Yeah, I was going to highlight that. I think if anything's going to kill Keandre Miller's stock, and I said it the other day, Tyler Pitlick to the Rangers. Let's see what the AAV is on that, because that's a good fourth line signing right there.
If Chris Drury adds 2 or 3 players and spends less than $4 million, just wow.
The same Brennan Clack guy is reporting it too. He just reported it just now, 12:45. So it's a 1-year deal. Let's see what Saravalli and them are saying about it.
Andrew Gross is saying that the actually the Rangers tweeted it officially too. Yeah, the Rangers signed Tyler Pitlick.
Okay, so maybe this Brennan Clack guy is just quick to the draw on the Rangers there. But yeah, I'll get back to Miller and Al Valanker's comment. If anything's screwing Keandre Miller, It's his piss poor performance in the playoffs. It's not the spitting incident. I can tell you that right now. He definitely did not play the same after that, but holy crap, was he just brutal in the playoffs. Pitlick, 1 year, 787 K, 787, 500. Okay. I'm more than okay with Tyler Pitlick at that price. I really can't complain at that price. I really can't. Now let's go away from the Rangers for a little bit. Considering
all right, go to Jonas Korpisalo, because do you think he could actually be a starter?
So let's bring up the question: does this set the goaltending market on free agency?
What was the deal?
I mean, Adin Hill Adin Hill re-signed with Vegas for what, 4.9? 4.9. So
4.9.
Korpisalo got what, 4?
So $4 million.
Yeah, I mean now
4-year, $20 million, 5-year, $20 million deal.
Yeah, so I would say Hill set the market, and now Korpisalo followed. But aside from Varlamov, Korpisalo was probably. I mean, you saw the list of free agent goalies I sent. It was really weak. So Korpisalo was one of the ones that kind of stood out.
Korpisalo was
good on Ottawa. Yeah, good on Ottawa for filling.
Okay,
and
here's a little. Hill just won a cup, though. Okay, what did Adin Hill do during the regular season before that?
He was definitely getting rewarded for the Stanley Cup.
He's getting rewarded for a cup.
Yeah,
he's clearly getting rewarded for a cup.
But Korpisalo has always been a very
Radko Gudas signing with the Ducks. That's that's a good deal for the Ducks. It's a loss.
Yeah,
it's a loss for Florida.
The Ducks
need that. Florida. I mean, earlier in his career, I really, I thought Gudas was a no talent, basically scummer. But over the last year or two, he kind of cleaned up his game a little bit and just turned into just a rugged, physical, defensive defenseman. So,
all right,
good signing for Anaheim. So good signing
now,
for the Ducks.
I got to tell you, Anthony, I think you invented a new word right there.
No
what
talent
exactly
scummer
is your definition of a scummer?
No talent scummer.
A what?
What's your what is a scummer?
Scumbag.
Just a different way to say. You didn't know what a
I know, but you said a scummer. I just
I love it. I'm gonna call people no talent scummers from now on. I play hockey against them and they start at me. I'm calling them no talent scummers. Oh wow. 3 years, $4 million for Gudas per. Wow, that's a tough pill to swallow, though.
But by the way, Anthony, I agree with you. I agree with you on what he was, because I would have thought the same thing about him. I thought he was just a guy. He always went for the big hit. He always went for the dirty hit, and then saw what he could do with Florida when he just cut the crap.
I don't like this deal in relation what this means for Scott Mayfield, because Scott Mayfield's a better skater than Gudas.
He's a better defenseman than Gudas.
Yeah, and Gudas got $4 million. So
Alan's on the same page you are, Anthony. Yeah. If Gudas got $4 million, what does Scott Mayfield? Oh man, Scott Mayfield's gonna get more money than Brett Pesci. And remember the discussion we had about that.
Yes, yeah. If Mayfield signs with another team, I think he might get more $4 million. If he stays with the Islanders, there's maybe a chance he gives them a little bit of a discount, but not much.
I think I'm going to give the newsbreaker of the award day to Chris T over here, man. Chris T's been on top of everything. Thank you, Chris T. I know it's supposed to be us doing it, but we're trying our best here, and Chris T is just beating us to everything.
I guess his Twitter's working. My Twitter still sucks right now. I don't know.
Anthony,
I don't know why. Does he have
the three trending topics on Twitter that I have? NHL free agency, Twitter down, rate limit exceeded. So
Does he have
it's happening everywhere.
Does he have a direct link
Yeah,
to Elon
Anaheim
Musk?
does
His
need to
Twitter's
hit the cap
working?
floor. So overpaying Gudas is not necessarily a bad deal for them. It's just the term for me. Like, how long are you going to be in need to hit cap floor mode? That's what I wonder for Anaheim. We're getting over 50 viewers here, guys. So thank you all for being on with us. We really appreciate it. I know we're an hour into the stream, but I do have to say that. We haven't said it yet, but please like, share, and subscribe. Tell everybody about us. If you got other people right now that want to tune into a Free Agent Frenzy feed, we're going to be here for a while. So definitely tell your friends, any family you have that's hockey fans. Sean Statler to the No Talent Scrubbers 4 years.
One day I'll have to see a doctor about that.
Oh, man.
So we kind of overlooked. We haven't really touched on the Eric Johnson to Buffalo for 1 year, 3.25. I like that.
Minute. Chris
Yeah,
T.
I like that for Buffalo.
I like this. I like that for Buffalo. I like this for Boston. Morgan Geekie, 2 years, $2 million, just great. 1 year for Connor Brown in Edmonton. He's going to get a show me deal. He will probably.
I agree with you, Anthony, because I think they need another veteran voice in the room. Johnson is definitely that. And, a serviceable defenseman.
So whoever this Hannah, whatever her name is on TSN,
yeah,
if that's Bruce Garrick, this Hannah girl must be extremely tall because Bruce Garrick was not short when we met him.
Or just the heels.
Could be. Yeah, could be heels. You're right.
Yeah, definitely on the wing side, as we mentioned earlier.
I think so far obviously when you talk about the value of Blake Wheeler, the Rangers, the AAV is great, but I like the RRR signing with Nashville. I think so far that's a good signing.
Yeah.
He's a hard-nosed player. He's like you said, he's a Barry Trotz type player, and and kudos for Barry Trotz for being bold because he comes in there, new GM, no experience, and he makes the big moves, bold. He gets rid of Johansson, he gets rid of Duchesne. He's trying to build a team how he wants to build it.
Yeah, I mean Barry Trotz has the players that he likes. Pagnotta saying nothing in it, but Anaheim has a legitimate interest in DeBrincat, assuming Lundstrom. Yeah, I don't think Isaac Lundstrom much of a player. I know he was a first-round pick in 2018. He was a late-round pick that year, but he just hasn't developed in the way that you thought. So, I mean, he's 23 going on 24, and he just really has not done anything yet at the NHL level notable. I mean, 16 goals, 29 points in 2022, but, he just has not progressed the way. Ooh, here's one for you, Anthony. Alan asks if Barry Trotz was Islanders GM when he brought out Anders Lee. Ooh, Vince Mercogliano. Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Rangers are
really I'm surprised about this, guys, because go ahead, Anthony.
The Rangers are just getting some bottom six depth. Riley Nash, Tyler Pitlick. They're making those kind of minor moves that goes kind of unrecognized when it happens, but sometimes those players fill an important role. So, we'll see what that means for the rest of the roster in terms of Barclay, Goudreau, etc. But Drury being active so far.
And I was the one that said they need to go at the bottom six depth. I mean, I would have I would have tried getting Oscar Sundqvist. I always just liked him as a player.
Yeah,
But,
I think he's going to be a little bit out of their price range, though.
Yeah.
Unless he misplays the market, I think he's more of like a $2 million player, and I don't think they want to go giving up $2 million for like a bottom six guy. Like 10 goals, 28 points in 67 games last year is actually pretty good. I mean, he's been a 30-point player before, but I do agree with you. I would love to get someone like that. If they could get a hold of him, ooh, man.
But now you don't have to worry about trying to overpay to get Garnet Hathaway, who I thought was going to fit for this team.
That was a Mr. Anthony Larocco prediction right there.
Yeah.
What?
Garnet Hathaway to the
Who?
Rangers.
Garnet
Oh
Hathaway.
yeah.
And that was one of your big predictions for the two New York teams. I do think it could happen still, but I wonder at this point.
To answer Alon's comment, I have to say this: if Barry Trotz was the Islanders GM, I don't think he would buy out Drizly because I think he'd still be loyal.
Lee was a Trotz type player.
Yeah.
You know, those type of players Barry Trotz loves.
In this case, Barry Trotz went back to Nashville, a team he hasn't been with since 2013, and he's looking at it through the GM eyes. You heard in the movie Moneyball, where Brad Pitt as Billy Beane says, "I can't have an emotional connection to these players." It's what happens. You go in and you have to say, well, this is business. This is our plan, and we're going to move forward in this way. If you do have that gut feeling, you're going to hesitate on that. I don't think he would buy out Anders Lee if he was Lou in that situation, who presided over him the last 5 years. This is if Barry Trotz came in tomorrow, and there would be a possibility, but I don't
This
think
is an interesting one here. Connor Brown's contract, only $775K cap hit. The bonuses are activated. They can be deferred as a cap hit to the 2024-25 season if the conditions are triggered. I don't think I've seen that before.
this might be the new trick of the GMs this year.
I've actually seen performance bonuses being triggered, being allowed to be deferred to the following year. It's a 1-year, $4 million deal for Connor Brown, not $775K. So
I'm on the Rangers cap friendly right now. They don't have Riley Nash in there yet, but so before Riley Nash, they have 9.35 million left to re-sign, obviously Miller and Kakko. We'll see what the number is after they put in Riley Nash.
Christie is saying that the Nash deal is one way this year and two way for the next, so Nash can't get sent to the minors, which is interesting considering that last year he didn't play in the NHL.
They have announced it, and on the Rangers Twitter. But Anthony, as I said before, the fact that Heedle's making $4.4 million, I think there's going to be bridge deals for both Lafreniere and Miller, and neither one have arbitration rights, so they really don't have much to stand on unless somebody jumps in to try to offer sheet them, and I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, if that does, that's the shock of the day.
And yes, sorry, I meant Lafreniere, not Kakko, but yes, that's correct.
However, Osberg, he's going to have to basically repeat himself next year because Kakko's going to be due up next year.
So this was reported as one of the deals that was done before noon. Milan Lucic back to the Bruins. So maybe Lucic can kind of find his game where it all started. But it's funny when the Bruins traded Taylor Hall, the thought was it was because they were going to bring back Tyler Bertuzzi, and while that still could happen because he didn't sign anywhere else yet, it seemed like Bertuzzi wasn't going to return. But so far they added Lucic and JVR.
You know what signing I really like, and I hate it because it's for a rival, and it's going to help them out because I think his game fits in perfectly with them. It's Matt Nieto in Pittsburgh. I think that's going to be one of the more under-the-radar signings, and he's going to be a pain in the ass because he's quick. He fits in with the new NHL. He's gritty. He does a lot of the dirty work that you need, and he's still a really good skater. So I think he fits in with what Pittsburgh wants to do with their team. I think they want to get faster. I think they want to get younger, and I think they want to get grittier. And that's a good signing for Pittsburgh. I hate to say it because it's Pittsburgh, but that's a real good signing.
I have to say this.
Yeah, Nieto's under the radar for sure.
Connor Clifton to the Sabres, 3 years, $3.33 million. I like Clifton. I think that might be a little high for him.
I think that might be. I think that is. 3.3?
I think that's a little high.
Matt Nieto, by the way, last year, 12 goals, 12 assists. To me, Matt Nieto is Michael Grabner light.
Jonathan Quick going to get inspired by looking up at the guy that he's actually said that Mike Richter was like one of his idols growing up as a Ranger fan. So, yeah, Jonathan Quick might be very inspired by looking up at Mike Richter's 35 up in the rafters when he comes to play for the Rangers.
Connor Clifton, 5 goals, 18 assists last year. He was a plus 20.
Yeah, on a really good team.
Yeah.
On a record-breaking team. Listen, I'm not saying Clifton's a bad player. I'm not. But I do think that's a little high. But, again, this is free agency. That happens. I'm just surprised with some of the steals that have been going around because it seems like the general managers are feasting today, not the players.
Well, Clifton's the first. Clifton and Gudis are the first 2 deals you went, oh, okay.
I mean, with Gudis, I can understand it because they're trying to get to the cap floor. I don't think Anaheim is going to make significant, acquisitions. But the Clifton one that one baffles me a little bit.
Okay, so guys, you got to look at the free agent list. Do you think anybody in the top free agents, who's the next domino you think falls right now?
Out of the top guys.
I mean, I gotta say, Staples said in his article today, don't expect to hear anything on Patrick Kane. He said that's gonna linger a little bit because he's not healthy. So you gotta go with the Bertuzzis, the Duchesnes, Tarasenko, Killorn,
Dmitry Orlov.
Yep. The biggest names are still there. I mean, Ryan O'Reilly, and Blake Wheeler.
I got some weird feeling that it's going to be someone like JT Compher.
He had a 52-point season last year.
That's a big year.
He's a solid player. There were some insiders that connected him to Nashville. I don't know, being if they got. I mean, they still have the cap space, but if they got RRR, could they bring in Compher too? You'd certainly be harder to play against with RRR and Compher in your lineup down the middle.
Yeah, for sure. And Compher could play wing too. So that's definitely flexibility. And that's another thing that we've been seeing over the years. Is flexibility at wing and center. Players playing multiple positions, being able to do that. Pagnotta saying all eyes on Killorn, Detroit, the Yzerman, Nashville player. Nashville also a player. Yeah.
I think it's no brainer. The Yzerman ends up signing him probably for cheap. He's an Yzerman guy. Day one.
Steve Yzerman just being Steve Yzerman. It's like when people used to say Manny Ramirez being Manny, Manny being Manny, Yzerman being Yzerman gonna Yzerman at this point.
Anthony, I was going to ask this question, but then we got into a lot of details. That who was going to be a major player today, and I meant by team, but that's why I wanted to say player. So far, would you say it's the Rangers or is it like someone else?
No, I mean the Rangers did a lot, but they were all in terms of the signings low AAVs. We talk about player. I expected Nashville to make a big splash. They cleared out a lot of salary with getting rid of Johansson and Duchesne. And then, as you saw, they signed ROR. So I think Nashville's a team to look out for. Bruce Garrett said earlier that Nashville was one of the teams in the mix for DeBrincat. They have a lot of money to work with. So I would say Nashville, Barry Trotz's first year as a general manager. I think him and the Predators are the biggest players today. And to even prove that after the draft, Trotz said he tried like hell to get into the top 5 in terms of getting top 5 pick. He even went to say that it came to the point that he was almost becoming uncomfortable with how much he was offering.
Speaking of Nashville, Gustav Nyquist.
Gustav Nyquist. By the way, Phil, it's unbelievable. 3.25 in potential $1 million bonuses for Connor Brown. Really?
Wow, 775 plus 3.25 million in bonuses. I can't believe that they got that. Joel Hanley re-signing with the Stars for $7.787 500K. That's another one that just came up. We really haven't talked about this, but Klim Kostin extended with the Wings for 2 years, $2 million per.
Yeah, that was earlier. Yep, saw that.
Yeah, but we never talked about it, so I figured I would just bring it up.
Gustav Nyquist, I forget. Is that a U or is that?
It's NYQUIST. 2 years, $3.185 million on Nyquist per Friedman.
Well, we haven't been able to throw up the money in a while, guys, so let's do that right now. Hey, he just got paid. So,
Dave
yeah, I mentioned the Belzile deal a while back. It's a minor league deal. We're not going to go too much into that, but I did mention that a while back.
And I even had to look up and figure out who the hell he was.
Dave Pagnotta saying Patrick Kane, who had hip resurfacing surgery a month ago, and the recovery time is another 3 to 5 months, is on the radar of a few contenders, including the Dallas Stars.
I'm not surprised by that. I just wonder that I don't think he makes his decision anytime soon, unless he finds an offer that he doesn't think he's gonna get again. I don't see him. And you know what? That could be the case. Some general manager could throw around, I don't know, 3-4 million and say, hey, you know what? Take this or leave it.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, like, if the Buffalo Sabres come up to him, give him a 4-year deal?
I doubt anybody gives him 4 years.
I don't know, just always figuring one dumb owner.
It's not the AA. It's not the term. It's going to be the AAV that'll get him to sign sooner than later. That's really what I think it comes down to.
Teddy Bluger is still out there.
That would be a good port line acquisition for the Rangers too. I would take him. He can kill penalties. Anthony Bluger, contract hoping 3x3. Okay.
So I sure you mentioned Engvall a lot. I wouldn't be so sure to automatically assume he's staying with the Islanders. While I think the Islanders are probably keeping him in the loop and having talks with him, I think he's a fallback option. I really think that Lou's preference is to try to land a Tarasenko or DeBrincat or Duchesne over him. If none of that pans out, I think Engvall could come back. You had the good chemistry with Nelson and Palmieri, but I don't think it's a definite. As for the cost, this is a guy that had a career year in goals. He was previously making $2.5 million. I would think he probably wants 3.5, but that's probably fair market value. He wouldn't be my first choice, nor do I think he's Lou's first choice either.
I'll answer this one. No, we haven't heard anything yet on Nick Bjugstad, Sean. Have not.
He might be one of those guys that sticks around for a few days.
Alex Lyon was an integral part of the Panthers getting in the playoffs. If you remember, Bobrovsky fell apart at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Lyon played those last 7-8 games and had video game numbers during that stretch to get them in.
Yeah.
So with Nedeljkovic, who's a free agent, moving on, Alex Lyon will probably be backing up Ville Husso next season.
You know what? I wouldn't even mind Nick Bjugstad depending on the price. I mean, I saw that, from this. I wouldn't mind Bjugstad depending on the price. I do think that they're going to want to go with a faster skater. And Bjugstad's not a bad skater for his size. He's really not. But I do think that they're going to want to focus on team speed. And I think that may be one of the reasons why they may not go away from him, other than his AAV. I mean, I don't know if he gets like $2.5-3 million for an AAV.
Did we have Carson Soucy going somewhere, by the way?
Vancouver supposedly, but I haven't seen anything official yet on that.
Anthony, what do you got?
Andrew Gross, 4 minutes ago, he says, believe others reported this earlier on Twitter, but I'm hearing Isles definitely in on Alex DeBrincat, with JG Pajot possibly heading back to Ottawa if a deal is made. Sounds like Varlamov deal is done and Mayfield deal still being worked on. Anyway, that's what I'm hearing.
That is interesting.
Ian Cole got $3 million?
Just, what I said.
Jeez.
Jesus.
Yeah, I wonder if DeBrincat goes to the Islanders. I don't want that happening. I do not want Alex DeBrincat on the island. I can tell you that right now. As a Ranger fan, I don't want that.
And by the way, the Islanders desperately could use a guy like him. Question is, can they actually lock him down long term after that?
I'm a fan of Lindsey Hamilton.
Well, you know Lou, Marc. Anybody he trades for, he has re-signed afterwards. So if he trades for Alex DeBrincat, I'm 100% confident that he's going to extend them as an RFA. There's no doubt about it. The purpose of DeBrincat leaving Ottawa is he wants out, and Ottawa's going to send him to a team that he prefers to go to. So if the Islanders trade for DeBrincat, the extension's good as done. It's just a matter of how much he gets.
Yeah, Lou doesn't do rentals.
But now, let's talk about this a lot, because a lot of the talk has been on the Rangers. They signed a bunch of people, but if they were to trade Pajot to Ottawa, does that mean that they're deciding to keep Barzal back at center and you go Barzal, Horvat, Nelson down the middle? Problem is, none of those three guys are third-line centers. Horvat, Nelson, and Barzal, they're all number one and number two centers. So I would gather, this is just me spitballing, if the Islanders acquire DeBrincat, I think Barzal stays on the wing, and I think they then either A, move Cizikas up to the third-line center and sign a really cheap fourth-line center, or they leave Cizikas in the 4C role and they sign a lesser third-line center. But that's the biggest question, is which direction they go if they make that move.
I think
I don't. If JG Pajot is the centerpiece of your return for Ottawa, that's a dumb move by Dorian. I'm sorry.
And especially, I mean, is there any money being retained? That's the centerpiece. But I also, and the other thing is, I think Casey Cizikas is one of the best fourth-line centers in the league. I don't know how I'd feel about him being a third-line center.
Justin Hall to the Wings, 3 years, $3 million.
Where did Ian Cole go?
Ian Cole went to the Canucks.
Okay.
Hall to the Wings, 3 years, $3 million. Bluger to the Canucks. I like Bluger. Really, really good fourth-line player. If you ask me, 28 years old. Just plays an honest game. Not going to score you a ton of goals, but he'll get you like 20 points. and solid play on fourth line. 1 year, 1.9 for Bluger. Yeah, that sounds about right. Not a bad deal for Vancouver. The Ian Cole one was a little odd, $3 million. I just don't think he's worth that. Justin Hall to the Wings for $3 million, 3 years, just seems a little high too. I don't really think that highly of Justin Hall. Not a terrible defenseman, but also not a great one. I would have stayed about 2.5 for Hall. Ooh, so the Stars trade Colin Miller to the Devils for a 2025 fifth-round pick. That's interesting. So they get a puck mover, guy with a big shot, maybe a second power play unit guy. Guy who's a former 40-point defenseman. The Devils found their Ryan Graves replacement with that move? I don't think so. If that's the return on Alex DeBrincat, the Islanders fleeced Dorian. I'm sorry, but I'm not buying Wallstrom anymore right now. I've seen way too much to know that there's not enough of a ceiling there for him to be a headlining piece in a deal. Pajot is what, 30 years old? Bottom six, 30-year-old bottom six center. I know he's more of a third liner than anything, but like, come on, man. If Dorian does that deal, yikes. 40 points.
Yeah, but I mean, look what Ottawa gave up for DeBrincat. They gave up a first, a second, and then a third in 2024. So clearly, we all know DeBrincat's a great player, but I mean, if he didn't return the type.
I would rather have that than a 30-year-old friggin' $5 million third line center, a prospect that's this close to being a bust. And I don't even know who the other guy really is. Odelius? Unless that's a typo.
Who? What?
Odelius? Who's Odelius?
They drafted him last year, second-round pick, defenseman.
Second-round pick. Okay. Mike Riley, 1 year, $1 million to Florida. Okay.
Orlov to the Canes.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting fired up because it's a dumb deal, and I could see Dorian doing that and helping out the Islanders. Like, he's just... This is the same guy that traded Mika Zibanejad to the Rangers for friggin' Derek Brassard. And he traded Brassard in a second. Oh, God.
Or off to the Canes. Anthony, talk about that one. How big of a deal is that?
What?
That's the best
Orlov to the Canes. How big of a deal is that? I just walked in to hear Orlov to the Canes.
I mean, he's one of the best, well, probably the best defenseman on the market all around. He's a really great skater, can produce points from the back end, and being that he skates so well, you know, he's may not known to be like really good defensively, but he can keep up with everybody. Got a long stick, and you know the Canes. Listen, this is a team that might lose Brett Pesce. So they need another defenseman, Shane Gostisbehere. Yeah, Shane Gostisbehere is leaving.
Whoa,
7.7.
Well,
there you go.
7.5. Oh man, he got close to that 8 supposedly he was looking for.
And only 2 years.
That's.
Brett Pesce's gone. Brett Pesce's gone, my friends.
Yeah, he might be.
But you got to wonder how that's going to change up the way that they play. Does that make them now a little bit more dangerous from the back end? Because when you talk about, like, I think Brady Shea was tied for 4th in goals scored for them, that's not a good thing. But
all right, so Orlov, if you get 10 to 12 goals, that's really good. But, I mean, defensively, I think Pesce's a better defender. But I think Orlov is the better all-around guy because he gives you offense without sacrificing too much defense. I think, if anything, they do upgrade a little bit there if that's the trade that they're looking to make there, to get rid of Pesce. I just think that his value probably tanks a little bit now because teams know that they're going to have to move him.
Mark, you mentioned Teddy Bluger before he signed with the Canucks.
Yeah, $1.9 million with the Canucks. 1 year, I believe.
Wow, Orlov to
sorry,
Carolina.
guys, we had an echo there for a second.
That's probably the biggest splash of the day right there.
Anthony, you were saying?
No, I was saying that deal by Orlov. That's the dude. I didn't think he was going to get $7.75 million. I just didn't.
Would you say he was the top free agent on the market, though?
One of them, real quickly.
Probably top 3 at least.
You haven't missed much. Yeah, there's reports that Varley's coming back. There's also reports that Mayfield's close. But the one we just talked about, Andrew Gross said that the Islanders are kind of in it here with DeBrincat, and that Pajot is a piece that would probably go the other way. So we'll see if anything develops on that. Aside from Twitter updates, I reached out to our good friend in contact here, so I'll see what he says. But that's what's going on right now for the Islanders.
Did you reach out to the other good friend as well?
No, just one of the guys that's been on the show.
There's 2 guys that have been on the show.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could just text me. I'll let you know. Right now, I can't put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, no. And you know what? I have to wonder if no.
Okay. All right. Reach out. Have Mark reach out.
By the way, everybody, thanks for joining us. 63 of you are right now in the chat. Make sure you're hitting that like button for us. We only have 17 likes so far. I know there's more people that can hit that for us right now. Keep going, Anthony.
Mark, it would be must-see TV right now if you called up Lou live and asked him what his plans are, what he's got in the hopper. I think he would verbally assault you.
I think Mark might end up dead after that. I don't want Mark dying.
He would.
Suddenly, there's a guy with piano wire on my flight tomorrow, sitting right behind me.
Piano wire.
I don't know if Engvall could play center.
Whoa, hold on. I just heard Chris Johnston say that the next time Dmitry Orlov is up for a deal, they're looking at a $92 million cap. Wow. I mean, that's oof, man. I am more than okay with that.
Does TSN have John Shaika as an analyst? Is he going to cost them a first-round pick too?
They have Megan Shaika on.
Okay, Megan Shaika. All right, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was John Shaika for a minute. I was like,
No, they have Megan Shaika on, who was on ESPN's draft feed the other night. She called the Axel Sandin Pelika pick like right on the money too. She was like, would not be shocked if it was him. Makes a ton of sense. Explained it perfectly, and then picked it and just nailed it. Good call on her. Actually tagged her in that one. She actually gave it a like, which was pretty cool. Ryan Paling signs with the Flyers. See if we can get any term. $1.4 million for 1 year per Jeff Marek. What a back.
Thank you, everybody. We're up to 29 likes. We need to let's try to get that to 100 today.
Staple says, Chris T, I beat you on that one. I actually beat you once today. Staple says Mott appears to be headed elsewhere. There's no surprise. Rangers just never want to seem to re-sign this guy. They're just, let's just trade for him. So whatever the trade deadline day is, just have that marked as Tyler Mott coming back to the Rangers day.
And it's unfortunate because I think Tyler Mott was great his first time around. His second time around the Rangers, Phil, kind of meh.
I think that with Tyler Mott, it just came down to the fact that he was a big help for the way that the team wanted to play the first time around. And then the second time around, there was less structure. It was more about skill. And there was just no real plan. It looks like Anthony's trying to plug something in. So, but I don't know. All right, so I'm not going to say that Riley Nash is better than Tyler Mott at this point because Riley Nash didn't play in the NHL last year. He hasn't played since the 21-22 season. So Tyler Mott, I will agree with this from Willie. He's too injury prone. He's small and he gets hurt a lot, which does suck. And I think that might be part of the reason why the Rangers are not willing to re-up him for an entire year. They'd rather just trade for him at a deadline and hope that he can last a whole playoff run. But I do like the player, but I do agree on that.
All right. And
did anyone answer this while I was gone?
No, that just came up. I just saw that.
That's a good question. I have to go with that one. All right, boys.
I think, or personally, you ask me, Mayfield's the better defender by about that much.
Yeah, I think so.
Ryan Graves is probably better with the puck, but defensively, Mayfield's better by about that much. I think Ryan Graves may be the better all around. Yeah, that was a cheap shot. I do agree.
Now, I do have to ask this question. When it comes to Mayfield, does him getting underpaid kind of go into this contract negotiation? Like, is he going to seek the biggest deal he possibly can?
Who? Mayfield?
Mayfield, yeah.
Yeah, I think he – and I said this to Anthony in the chat. I mean, he should be taking whatever offers he has. And if he really wants to stay on the island, he should be taking those offers and going to Lou and saying, I have this, this, and this. What can you do for me? And that's how it is with free agency for the most part. I mean, it's shopping. It's window shopping. What can taking your it's a chess game or a poker game. But if Scott Mayfield really wants to stay, take the best offer you can find and see what Lou Lamoriello can do. In regard to it. So because they have more cap space now with Josh Bailey gone, so there's no reason why Lou can't pay up if he wants to keep Mayfield. I'll tell you right now, if the Islanders want to get back to where they were with the conference finals, those 2 straight years, what they need to do is they need to go out and get more defensemen that can give you reliable minutes. And if you want to be a real cup threat, I would say you would want Mayfield as a 5 instead of a 4. No offense to Mayfield. I like Mayfield. I think he's a good defenseman. But you want Mayfield on your third pairing if you have Stanley Cup aspirations. I think you would agree with that, Anthony. No?
Yeah, I do. And I think thing is, like, so right now, technically Noah Dobson's their second right-handed defenseman, and he's great offensively. But he took a step back defensively. If Noah Dobson can improve his defensive game, like how he improved his offensive game, then Scott Mayfield can be a true third pairing right shot defenseman. But being that Mayfield is still a little iffy defensively, Scott Mayfield is your kind of de facto second defenseman on the right side, because Dobson still needs to, kind of shore up his game a little bit.
So Max Pacioretty 1 year to Washington. It's $2 million. $2 million.
That's an interesting one.
No, and Bobby Ganoush, no. Mayfield is a righty, and righty defensemen that play the right side, they're in high demand. They're always in high demand. So Mayfield can use that to his advantage and play the market to the best of his ability, and go back to Glue and say, hey, you know what? I'm probably the best right-hand shot, right side defenseman left at this point. I can lock a ton of minutes. I can give you 20 minutes a game, especially if you pair me with a good puck mover. What are you going to do for me now to keep me here? So
we know who we haven't talked about yet. Matt Dumba, John Klingberg. They're both right shot defensemen that are still out there too.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see how much of an AAV that Matt Dumba gets. He was previously making $6 million. So I really wonder.
I mean, we've got the big guys left: Duchesne, Bertuzzi, Zucker, Killorn, Comfort, Tarasenko, Kane, Klingberg, Jari, Bunting, Domi, Mayfield, Dumba. Brian Dumoulin is still left. Carson. All right, Carson Soucy. Oh, okay. So Carson Soucy got 3 years, $3.25 million. He was going to be a little too pricey for the Rangers. That you know what? If Soucy got that much, I think Mayfield's going to at least get that, if not more. And I think Soucy is just as good of a defenseman, but I think Mayfield's experience, I think, is going to get him more.
Like, keep in mind, Scott Mayfield had those 2 playoff runs with the Islanders and was very good for them every single time. Yeah. Game time goal, I believe it was game 6.
Pesci's right side defender.
Yeah.
So Marc,
last year and a half or so, but he saw a fair amount of
Marcus Mariota. I'm a man of my word. And being that this doesn't happen with the Islanders often when it comes to free agency, if the Islanders trade for DeBrincat or sign Duchesne or Tarasenko, see the pool behind me? I'll jump in with all my clothes on in front of everybody. That happens. I'll give you my word.
Take your phone out of your first, bud.
No, phone definitely not included.
Yeah. No, definitely
I want hat on too. I want hat on.
Hat on too?
Hat on too.
All right. Huh?
By the way, 33 likes so far.
63 viewers, 33 likes. Please like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Please. We appreciate it. I mean, we're here for the long haul. So we definitely appreciate it.
Now, do you guys think that DeBrincat being on the market via trade is maybe holding up Duchesne, Tarasenko, Zucker, Bertuzzi, etc.?
Yeah. No question.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah.
This is always a game of chicken. And these guys will constantly, because as soon as somebody takes one deal, if somebody takes a different deal that's better, the next guy after that goes, well, I'm taking that deal. And the same thing can happen in the other way too. Like when it was Blake Wheeler getting $800,000 for a lot of those other guys. I know the buyout situation. We talked about that. But then what guys will start doing is they'll start taking the whatever deal that they can. Because what happens, then you're John Klingberg and you end up on the Anaheim Mighty, I almost called it the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. The Anaheim Ducks making next to nothing and really costing yourself lots of money before you know it.
Now, if the Islanders were to trade Pajot in a deal for DeBrincat and they try to get a new third-line center, how do you guys feel about Lars Eller or Evan Rodriguez being potential replacements for him at the 3C role?
For the
Lars
Islanders,
Eller would fit it better.
Yeah.
I think Lars
What?
Eller would be a better fit. I think that Evan Rodriguez is a great signing because he can give you either center or wing position. I believe he can actually play both wings, Rodriguez. So I like the flexibility there. I think Lars Eller is somebody you want to have just because he's got Stanley Cup experience. Technically, cap friendly lists him as center and left wing. I believe he can play right too. But Rodriguez is a better offensive player than Eller. I think Eller's a better defensive player. Mario asked a good question here. Does Tarasenko take a discount to come back?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Alon, I don't know if you're sorry, Phil. I was just gonna.
No, I was trying to highlight that comment too. Actually,
are you being specific with like 41 more than 40? Because if you aren't, then Anders Lee scored 40 goals. But if you're trying to say no Islanders
specific with 41,
I think that's why you're saying 41 in.
Well,
that's why
basically saying no one scored more than 40. Yeah.
No
So then that's correct. No Islanders scored more than 40.
Yeah, I mean, if the Islanders get to Brinkett, as long as they don't try to mess with his game, I think he's a guy that probably breaks that mark.
I mean, a line of Barzal, Horvat, and DeBrincat would be pretty nice. I gotta say, but we'll see.
He definitely gives them that one-time option I've been talking about for a long time, man. And I think the Islanders have been lacking that severely. Dobson seems to be their best one-time option on the power play because you're not really getting it from Barzal.
Nelson.
I mean, Nelson's all right with that.
I think Nelson's got a pretty good one-timer.
You say Nelson's over. Nelson has the best shot on the team.
I thought his wrist shot is what's best, not so much the one-timer.
Oh, his wrist shot by far is the best. But yeah, I think it. Yeah. I think Wahlstrom probably has the best one-timer, but they don't really seem to want to use him on the power play. So I would say Nelson, out of all the guys that they use, has the best one-timer. He's just a left-handed shot on the right side, so it's not that Ovechkin spot that we're all used to seeing Brett Hull, Stamkos, and Ovechkin play at, and absolutely just, bang, goal. Yeah, Bossy, Palfi, Trotz, and LaFontaine have all scored 41 or over. Trottier, Bossy, and LaFontaine have all scored 50 for them. So.
You have limited money, and obviously this is a goaltender that is going to play 55, 60 games, but you still have to have.
Right.
I really hate Elon Musk right now. He's killing me. He's killing me.
Anthony, it's.
What do you think of the Isles never used the bumper at all? You thought Pajot would be that guy to bumper it, but
they
he's got a shot, but I don't know if I see him as a power play guy.
They typically don't use the bumper. Before Horvat got hurt, they put Horvat in the bumper spot, and he actually scored on one of those plays. But then once Barzal got hurt, it changed up the rest of the makeup.
Yeah, I
kind of made the comment watching them.
Not the break at.
Yeah, he mentioned that earlier. Yep.
Yeah, I could see Anaheim pulling off that move too. They've got a good prospect pool. I think they would be able to offer a better deal than the Islanders would.
You make you like Lou again.
I think Alan might be the most negative Islanders fan I've seen in our fan base so far. I don't blame him. I mean, the Horvat deal, it looks like it could be good, but I don't know.
Yeah, I want to I want to give that next season to see now that, Horvat is actually settled in here, has a house, and they starts fresh, how they play together, because it could turn out where it works out really well. So I think you'll be able to really judge that trade, by next season.
I'm with you there, Alan. I'm a realistic fan too. I'm just messing with the whole negative thing, but I get it. There's definitely cause for concern with Lou Lamoriello. There's some moves that he's made where I'm just like, really? And then some of the lack of moves that he's made have, obviously come back and kind of given.
And then out of nowhere, he pulls out the Bo Horvat trade.
Yeah, but then he also does make me think, okay. Speaking of Morgan Geekie, the Kraken also didn't, along with not qualifying Morgan Geekie, they didn't qualify Daniel Sprong, and I can't for the life figure that one out.
I would say that's a move that I could see the Islanders making, because one, you wouldn't have to go and trade assets for DeBrincat. Now you got to think about this. You're going to have to trade assets for DeBrincat. The Islanders don't have a ton of assets left in their system. And then Islanders, do they really want to go trade more first-round picks on top of that? Daniel Sprong could be a sneaky good move for them.
He could be, but I feel like they really have enough guys that Chris saying, I thought it was going to be something. Yeah, that one doesn't make me go fuck. I mean, Bunting's a good player, but he's not going to dramatically change the Carolina Hurricanes.
No, but he's depth, and they need scoring depth right now. I mean, you lose Pat Chiaretti, who you thought was going to come in and be like a number 2 winger behind Svechnikov. Now you have Jarvis, Bunting. You bring in Orlov. I like that. I mean, it's a good move. Trevor Lewis back to the Kings 1 year, $775K. He was there, I believe, for both cups, so there's familiarity there. Yeah. So LA's made some decent moves so far.
So we already know, by the way, that Shattenkirk to the Bruins.
Okay, 1 year for Shattenkirk to the Bruins. I don't mind that for them. I wonder what the AAV is. Probably not going to be a lot. I wonder if it's any more than $2 million.
Because they're taking out some of the city names out of the ticker.
We talked about Radko Gudas getting $4 million, what that could mean for Mayfield. But on the other angle, Carson Soucy got 3.2. You could say Soucy and Mayfield are comparable as well.
That's what I was saying before. I think that Soucy is the benchmark of what Mayfield gets. I think now with the Gudas signing, he's going to look to go higher, though. If you ask me, I think Mayfield realistically is worth about 3.75, because I think he's more of a 5 than he is a 4. But if some team values him as a 4, then I can see him getting above that $4 million that we were talking about. Got to remember, it comes down to what general managers value these players as, not what we think their fair market value is. Not anybody's contracts. I mean, those are used as comparables in negotiations, but it's what general managers value these guys as.
We got Kevin Shattenkirk going.
Tom Smith just has to troll you a little bit here, Mark.
Well, and every single year I come back with the same reply. Well, first off, let me give a brand new one. The Rangers are paying Blake Wheeler less money this year than the Mets are paying Bobby Bonilla, and the Islanders are paying Rick DiPietro. But every year, it's always said, and I'll say it over and over again, it's not my money. I don't have to worry about it. And because of the Bobby Bonilla trade, they decided to
They
buyout.
got David Wright.
They got David Wright at the end.
Yeah.
I'll take David Wright.
Yeah, I get it. Good question, MJ. It looked like Boston was making moves to try to get to bring back Tyler Bertuzzi. So I'm gonna put them as one of the 3 favorites right now. I wonder where he goes though. I wonder who else is in. We haven't heard a whole lot about them, MJ. Tom Smith. I'm gonna answer this one for you. Riley Nash didn't play in the NHL last year. I don't mind it. It's kind of a one. He has a one-way deal this year, and then the next year is a two-way salary. I don't get that, but
I think they're trying to say you can be in the NHL this year, and in case you don't really make it,
yeah,
then you can go to Hartford next year.
I don't know. I like it for the AAV. I just wonder how good he's going to be in a 4th-line role. Andreas Englund, 2 years, $1 million a year with the Kings. So it's another one, small deal. I do like the Morgan Geeky one though, man. 2 years, $2 million. That's good.
What is this that they're shooting on TSN?
It's a robotic. The young girl Amber there made a robotic. Jay Lewis, yes, the Rangers actually do have space for Hathaway, and if they can move Barclay Goodrow, that definitely opens it up because they got the players that they needed so far for very cheap prices. I don't think they've spent. So Pitlick and Nash are making about 1.5. Wheeler makes, let's just say, $800K for all intensive purposes. So that's what 2.3 million. Maybe 2.4, and then Jonathan Quick is $825K. So they've spent just over $3 million on all their acquisitions so far. So they have the space for Garnet Hathaway if they want to.
Once again, everybody, make sure that if you haven't hit the like button, make sure you hit that like button and that you are subscribed.
Please, yeah, like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Tell everybody about us, too. Again, like I said before, if you've got somebody you know that's looking for a good free agent stream, we're here. We're here. Friends, family. Yep. Yeah, Lauren, Bunting to Carolina, good signing for them. Detroit has 21. DeBrincat from Michigan. I could see him getting over the aisles. Detroit has assets, too. Giovanni Smith.
Elliot
Sharks.
Friedman.
Go ahead.
What do you got in?
I was saying Elliot Friedman said about DeBrincat. He said before the draft, the consensus was that DeBrincat wanted to go to Detroit, and that was likely going to be the spot. But after the draft, he said that it didn't seem like that was happening anymore, and that he wasn't going to Detroit. So, I mean, listen, things can change, and he could still end up being there, but it seems like Detroit's not really in it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a play-it-by-ear approach with these types of things. It's always a fluid situation. I wonder where DeBrincat goes. You know, we've seen the Islanders be the lead on a guy before, and then all of a sudden things fall apart with them too.
I know it all too well.
The Islanders, depending on what's given up.
To quote Islanders Dan on Twitter right now, all of us Islander fans have been dragged through the cycle again. Panarin, Goudreau, and now Alex DeBrincat sweepstakes are live. I've seen this too many times to get excited.
Yeah. I know if I was an Islander fan, I could definitely feel that.
That's true. It's true, though. It's true.
Yeah. I love this comment from David. Detroit is saving its cap space for Trouba next year.
Oh,
yes,
Jesus.
Please. From your lips to the hockey god's ears, David Wood. Please. Don't play with my heart, though.
Welcome breaking my home.
Yeah, I was going to go Backstreet Boys. Quit playing games with my heart. With my heart. Yeah, that type of thing. Tokarski back to Buffalo. Minor signing. He played well for them.
Sounds like Bertuzzi might not be going back to Boston.
Yeah.
Yep, that's kind of known.
Yeah, I thought they would have re-signed him already. Yeah. They're talking to Milan Lucic right now. Jesus Christ, you were rough on Lou, Alan. DeBrincat gets traded to Anaheim. Lou should just resign and take his one-way ticket to South Florida. Take his son with him. My God. Oh, I do not have the voice of an angel, B-Ride. I can tell you that right now.
Are you guys getting a little bit nervous how quiet it is right now?
No. We've seen this before. We got to remember, like, a guy like Duchesne is probably not signing today. I don't expect Mac Duchesne to sign today. I really don't. Tyler Bertuzzi, that's another one. I could see that going on for a bit. Keep in mind, all the Canadian teams are running out of Bertuzzi, because of the whole vax issue. I don't want to really get into that.
Even still?
Both. I tell you right now, I don't think anything's really changed up there in regard to that. Brendan Lemieux is an unrestricted free agent, but I wonder who signs him. I think his antics.
I wonder if it matters. All right, let's see what we got.
Yeah, Kadri.
Also remember Mike Babcock was officially announced as the Blue Jackets coach today too. That happened.
Yeah.
And finish the rest of that tidbit. You know what? Yesterday
it had to wait.
There is no vax mandate for Canada anymore. Okay, so then that opens up things for Bertuzzi.
So go ahead and finish that.
Lemieux is biting somebody's.
I was gonna say it didn't officially get announced until today because his prior obligations with his contract to Toronto. That's why he wasn't officially announced until today.
Oh, that's so great.
People saying Babcock is going to ruin Fantilli. I doubt that. I think you're going to see Babcock on his best behavior. I don't think he's going to do anything like he did before. Listen, I can't say whether that guy truly learned his lesson or not, but I cannot see him doing what he did in Toronto. I can't.
I can't see him being considered a bad coach for the rest of his career just because he had one bad stint with the Leafs. He didn't ruin Paul Kariya. He didn't ruin Pavel Datsyuk or Henrik Zetterberg.
We've been down that road before with that discussion. I don't want to get too far into that. I don't know exactly what happened. I mean, there's three sides of story. Side A, side B, and truth. Usually truth is somewhere between side A and side B. But I'm not – I don't know. I do think that either way, Babcock, I think, is going to be on his best behavior. And I think he knows the thin ice that he's skating on.
TSN is now saying that there's a couple more signings right now. So let's see whether or not we can find that. Saying 45 signings as of right now.
Hold on. Duffy saying something? No, they're going to commercial on my end, unless you guys are ahead of me.
Probably not. Let me see if...
So, Pacioretty gets a no movement clause. Okay. Lorne, I mean, for that price, I'll take it, considering that Yaro Halak's probably going to get double that. I do worry about his conditioning at this point, but it's almost a no-risk signing for that price. So I'll take it. I do think that he's not going to play 41 games like he did last year. So that's probably going to have a positive impact on him. I'm not surprised that Chicago's silent. I mean, they gave two players a total AAV of $8 million.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have gotten anywhere near that. I think that tells you about what Chicago's looking to do. They're looking to just get to the cap floor, and that's it.
And they traded for Taylor Hall, too. So they've done quite a bit.
Yeah, they've done quite a bit, I would say.
Oh. Okay, as I'm looking up, trying to get all this information, I finally looked down to see that Phil was out for a little bit. Anthony, what do you got on some of the updates?
Nothing, because my Twitter doesn't work. My Twitter doesn't work on my laptop or my phone.
Damn you, we won!
Yep.
Still getting some over here.
I think they're waiting for the dam to break really with the Brinket, because I absolutely think guys like, I mean, granted, Duchesne only got bought out yesterday, so I'm sure he wants some time to think. But a lot of these top guys, I think teams that are in on one are probably in on the others too. So until I think the Brinket goes somewhere, I think that's maybe when you'll see the domino fall with Tarasenko, Duchesne, Bertuzzi, etc.
Does the Brinket have to agree to a contract extension in order to facilitate all those other dominoes falling? Like, not just the trade.
No.
It's got to be him signing.
I mean, it depends. I think wherever he goes, he's going to sign a contract shortly after. So that's not really too much of an issue.
What's the max you see on Tyler Bertuzzi?
What?
What's the max you see on Tyler Bertuzzi? AAV. Like, if we get a report he's making that they signed 7 for 7 right now, is your first reaction, whoa, overpay, or?
No, I mean, that's just what the market dictates right now. I think that's around what you're going to see for Tyler Bertuzzi. I mean, he's one of the top free agents that's on the younger side. I mean, Duchesne, Tarasenko, guys like that are probably ahead of him in terms of more talent, but they're older. So Bertuzzi, I think, has the potential to get, more term and higher AAV.
Still waiting on more news from on this for seeing anything that's going on. It is crazy just how quiet everything is at the moment.
Yeah.
And
you see that flurry in the beginning, and then sometimes it kind of dies there. But there's still so many. I mean, Jason Zucker and Bertuzzi and Tatar and Killorn. There's just a lot. There's a lot of guys out there. I think a lot of the forwards are really being held up.
Anthony, did anybody mention Colin Miller going to the Devils?
Yes.
Okay. I don't remember that one.
Phil mentioned it. Phil talked about
it. Phil talked about a lot. Okay.
No,
so
but he mentioned it.
All right. Trying to catch up on some more news. Oof.
Whoa.
What do you got?
This? Lauren saying Erik Karlsson is going to Pittsburgh. Oh, but Christie says he's not going to Pittsburgh. What are you smoking? All right. So I thought So clearly, that's
Oh,
not
I think
accurate.
it's because everybody keeps talking about Carlson potentially being in the mix for Pittsburgh.
Oh.
I don't think. Yeah.
According to Gary, Dorian isn't satisfied with proposals as of yet.
But Lauren's doubling. He's kind of doubling down on it. He's saying three team deal for Erik Karlsson. I haven't heard that anywhere.
I haven't heard anything. I'm not going to take this seriously until I see something from somewhere. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but I'm not I don't see anything. Grigory Denisenko signs a extension with the Panthers, 2-year deal.
Yeah, Lauren? I mean, if you're saying that, could you say where you heard that from, or what the source is?
Because I haven't heard anything about that. I think this might just be hidden speculation. Craig Smith, 1 year, $1 million with Dallas. It's actually a good deal for Craig Smith, for Dallas. I should say. Not a great deal for Craig Smith though. That's somebody that I expected. Oh, he only had 9 goals and 16 points. 60. Wow. What a drop.
He says I'm watching NH Network. They mentioned
right.
it.
I haven't seen anything on. We go over to TSN.
Who mentioned it on TSN, Lauren? I mean,
NHL Network. But
Yeah,
NHL Network is
mid-sentence.
Yeah, it's a TSN feed. Might have been a potential one. By the way, I'm staring at a picture of Adam Oates as an Anaheim Duck.
Yeah, he was on that 2003 Stanley Cup Final team. So was Steve Thomas.
Oh, Steve Thomas, actually, I do remember on that team.
Steve Thomas had some big goals in that playoff run for them. A couple of big goals.
$68 million. 2 hours into the period today, we were at 45 signings and 179.
He says Brian Burke is staying it. Andy Strickland confirming Mayfield back to the Islanders.
Okay.
I'm going to try to see if I can get something on that. Strickland.
And we'll get confirmation on that.
That's just like Kevin Weeks reported Varlamov back to the Islanders, but no official, from the Islanders, which that's par for the course. Big Lou doesn't.
Four minutes ago, I'm looking at the tweet right now, sounding like Scott Mayfield will be returning to the Islanders. But Strickland, all right. So Strickland doesn't say much unless he's got something. So that is, I will say that. Mikkola, 3-year, 2.5 AAV with Florida. Okay. I mean, I liked Nico Mikkola as a Ranger. I did, but they couldn't re-sign him at that price. They couldn't. I think if he was under $2 million, I think the Rangers might have done something to keep him.
Putting this in there that the report is that Mayfield is returning to the Islanders, according to Strickland. And throw some cash down right there. Because who knows? We might get this signing announced in September. If that's going to be.
I mean, he did it with.
If you answer anything other than Gaudreau on this one, I'm calling you a homer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want the Johnny Gaudreau.
Freaking Horvat over.
Fortunately,
and I'm not trying to disparage Horvat, but Gaudreau is clearly the better player.
Can Anthony answer the question, Phil?
I would. Gaudreau obviously is the higher pedigree and the more skilled player, so would have rather Gaudreau. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. And honestly, that whole thing was weird because they said, like, I remember there was multiple outlets. Pagnotta, LeBrun said it was down between the Devils and the Islanders, and then when the Blue Jackets came to the UBS and Gaudreau was getting booed afterwards, he said he was confused because he never spoke to the Islanders. So that was interesting, but I guess it just goes to show you never really know.
THG, you're dealing with a bunch of homers then. because no one in the right mind could argue that Bo Horvat's a better player than Johnny Gaudreau.
And here's the thing. Bo Horvat is a good player, a very good player that can bring a lot to the table. But Johnny Gaudreau is a guy who he's in another stratosphere. You want to think about what Johnny Gaudreau did this year. We'll go with just this year. Probably one of the worst years of his career. Overall, I'm just saying. He's still at 74 points.
Elon versus Zuckerberg or Mayfield and Varlamov signings announced by Lou. I like that one.
Aye. All right, because I got about another hour I can do on this one. Kim, if you're watching, I would gladly drive JG Peugeot to the airport to get Alex DeBrincat. Well, if I was an Islander fan. I'm not, but I'm also being neutral. Why is Chris Kreider trending?
Sheary terms are 3 years, $2 million AAV for Tampa. It's actually a good deal for Sheary. Good deal for Tampa for Sheary. Another one of those friggin' we got you because state taxes just cheap in Florida. Great.
My guess is later October, November, be healthy again enough to play. He gets $1 million bonus for.
By the way, I love everybody that's on Twitter right now complaining, saying they're going to delete the app or something like that. That's not going to be the problem. And trust me, you'll be back on Twitter in 10 minutes.
His bonuses for playing 20 games on top of the $2 million. Now, that bonus money doesn't get applied to the cap this coming season. It would be what's called the bonus overage that would go to the fall.
Okay, so
is expected to go up significantly that amount.
Kyle Hall, who tweets about the Rangers a lot, I think he writes for he's a Broadway Hat podcast. He put out a tweet that said, "What do we think about the current this current lineup?" And he goes, "Kreider, Zibanejad, Kakko first line, Panarin, Trocheck, Wheeler second line, Lafreniere, Hedl, Hoffman third line, Pitlick, Goudreau, VC fourth line, Lindgren and Fox, Miller, Trouba, Jones, Schneider, Shesterkin, and Quick."
You can't put Wheeler and Panarin together. That's too much passing. That's too much passing. Someone wants to shoot.
Oh, it'd either be Wheeler or Kakko, and Kakko needs to shoot the puck more. Yeah, I'm sorry. I said cheap state tax, no state tax at all, Maria. And the property taxes is what I meant to talk about. Property taxes are like minimal down there. In certain areas.
Anybody would know would be that.
North Carolina is another one where the property taxes are nothing.
Is that in this day and age what's available going to fill the holes there, Mike Johnson? I probably not. No. I mean, I think there would be.
All right, let's see what else we got.
They've limited the term. They're addressing defensive deficiencies. Their penalty kills atrocious.
I'm really aggravated with Twitter still. This is unbelievable. Such a terrible day.
And don't worry, you're not the only one.
You might get Purposes had a great playoff stretch run, and I think there's a little bit of.
Hey, Phil, what about Brett Berard making the Rangers roster? Is that a possibility this year?
Very, very low chance. Pagnotta is saying Sharks trying three-way deal for Carlson, but nothing close.
Okay, there you go. There's the information we were waiting on for him.
Yeah.
But their 10 play can't be the 6-5 game, whether on the positive or the negative. Craig Bunn's been talking for 2 years about the defense core. This shores it up a little bit. But Quinn Hughes has got to start playing big boy hockey, big time minutes like a leader, a guy that's wearing an A, and he's got to be reliable in this.
Matt, as for Islander takes, my position on the brinket for JGP chatter is this: it's much better as a contending team to have your bottom six set and to try to fix your bottom six than it is to be in the opposite position.
Well, the Islanders have been in the opposite position for the last few years now. They've been trying to go fix their top six with guys who are more middle six options, like Kyle Palmieri, more of a middle six guy. When they got him, you could argue that maybe at one point he was possibly still a top six forward, but he's definitely not that anymore. Islanders, again, I've said it for years. They need a legitimate top line sniper. DeBrincat would be that. I just don't know if they have the assets to make that deal work. I just think they could. I think Ottawa can get better offers, and they should hold out for those offers. Dorian shouldn't trade him for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, but you also got to remember, DeBrincat, while he doesn't have trade protection, he gave Ottawa, a list of teams he would like to go to. So that takes away a little bit of the leverage for Ottawa. So if there's a better offer from, the Ducks, but for whatever reason he doesn't want to live in, California, well then, the Ducks are really.
Pierre-Luc Dubois was traded to a team that he didn't want to go to, and he was there for 2 years. So,
Pierre-Luc Dubois, it doesn't want to be on any team, it seems like. Jeremy Roenick went off about Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Yeah,
complaining. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that. I guess one reason why I'm not having problems is because I'm a verified account.
I don't know.
Why your Twitter's still working, Mark?
Yeah. Anthony, log into our Twitter.
What?
Log into our Twitter. You got the password.
Do I?
I'll send it to you in a second, or make sure that you're on there. Can I ask you guys this?
Oh, big.
What?
So how do you get? Number one, yeah, I'm not going to argue that it's easy to get.
I mean, so as a friend of mine just texted me about this today, and I can't help but
say, okay, what are we going to
yeah. Are the Rangers trying to be the slowest team in the league?
I don't think Pitlick and Nash are slow. I don't think they're burners either. But Wheeler is he's been a good skater for a while. Maybe he's slowed down a little bit, but I still think he's a more than competent skater.
Yeah. I mean, I thought they had to get younger and faster. I mean, Altman's still going to be on this team, I have a feeling. And
I think maybe he plays games. I don't know if he starts opening night.
That, to me, is one of those second pair of defensemen that can carry significant minutes. Yeah, he's going to be willing to go out there and grab those guys.
Yeah, and this is actually a good point from Willie Wilson here. Speed really worked out for Andre against the Canes. I think the Canes are just a better structured deal. Miles Wood to Colorado.
That's a good signing. I said the other day, I like Miles Wood. He's a guy that can score 15 goals. He's fast. He plays a heavy game. I like him. Good signing for Colorado for sure.
I think Jersey's going to feel that. I know a lot of Devils fans wanted him gone, but I think they're going to be not as tough of a team to play against depending on who they get. I mean, I think they brought back Bastion.
With their time in Pittsburgh, and look, the guys are right. I mean, these defensemen that the Canucks have added are generally bottom pair guys. But you look at a guy like Ian Cole, played about 19.5 minutes per game last year.
Yeah, Bastion, 2 years, 1.35. Yeah, that's not bad for a fourth liner. Yeah, we've talked about Mikkola, $2.5 million in Florida. It just, I think if anything, you're looking at a guy that's a solid third pairing defenseman. number 5, reliable number 5. I think he played well in top pairing minutes with Fox, filling in for Lindgren. I think he did really good with that. I really do, and that's part of the reason why I don't want to give Ryan Lindgren a big deal. I don't. If Nico Mikkola can play as well in those minutes as he did with Fox, I think that you can't overcommit to Lindgren at that point. And while he's a glue guy and you'd like to have him around, you don't want to make that same Marc Stahl, Dan Girardi type mistake with him. And I think he's a better player than those guys were, but I have serious doubts about his injury, like the way that he's injury prone and him getting through that contract without breaking down completely that next contract. So
does Teddy Blueger fit that perfectly? Probably not, but you try to fill in and improve. Even if it's just on the margins.
I think both of these guys would not fit in Jersey. I think those guys are too slow for New Jersey. I don't think New Jersey would want to bring in those types of guys right now, especially Matt Martin. And I've said this before about Matt Martin. Matt Martin has not seemed to fit anywhere outside that line with Cizikas and Clutterbuck. And I think that line, I think it needs to be broken up, and I think the Islanders need to move on from that line. I think Matt Martin is cooked, if you ask me. Unless you're putting him with two vastly
what's
superior
funny about saying that though, Matt Martin.
What's that?
Matt Martin had his best year statistically this past season.
He scored some goals. I just don't think he gives you much else. I mean, he throws a bunch of hits, but it just seems like he's not really an effective player. Like, what is 5-on-5? He all right. So he throws a bunch of hits, he scores occasional goals here and there at 5-on-5. But what else is he giving you? Fights? I mean, they're down. Mark, this is your area right here, bud.
All right. Well, we have for the likes right now, we're up to 40.
I'll probably grab something to eat myself.
Up to 40 likes on the stream. Like I said, I'd always love to get to 100. Everest is saying he thinks the Islanders are going to wind up with Tarasenko. You know what? Tarasenko, I think the Islanders are going to try to wait for the market to come back on him. I don't know what his market exactly is yet. So we're going to see about that one. Ghost going, you know what? He could. He's from there. A friend of mine used to coach him. That's always a great thing. And Willie, unfortunately, you are right about that one. I think Ryan Lindgren, as a player, you'd love to have him on. I don't think he's exactly I don't think he's irreplaceable, but yeah. All right, let's do sorry, a little bit of work. Suddenly, I am by myself at the moment, and see if we can get you some new information. Martin and Clutterbuck both have 1 year left. Yep. Yeah, and I think I agree with you on that one. The problem with guys like him is that they end up kind of just wearing themselves out. Like you think about guys like Tyler Ennis. They're small, tried to play big, and then eventually there's nothing for them. Craig Smith to Dallas. That's one of the ones that were mentioned. Let's go with some of these. David Green is saying, what kind of moves can we expect from the St. Louis Blues? I actually am completely in the dark what the Blues are going to do today because they've made a lot of trades, and getting Kevin Hayes might be like their move right now. I would love to see the Blues shed themselves with Jordan Binnington. Yikes. and that's like Jordan Binnington, $6 million for the next this year and the next 3 years. That's Phil, I'm scratching my head just thinking about it. Just like they're married to him, and they're very much. Colton Barreko's going nowhere. Torrey Krug doesn't want to go anywhere. So there's another one. I don't know what moves are in there for the St. Louis Blues right now. Laviolette, and Laviolette.
You did it! Yay!
Yes.
Renata Fast. She really is.
Who, what?
Renata Fast.
Oh, is she on TSN?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there she is. And by the way, that's good news for the women's.
Whoa! Big news! Matt Duchene, Dallas Stars.
That's huge. Let's see if we can get that confirmed. We'll get back to thoughts about the lineup soon enough.
It's Pierre LeBrun. I found the tweet. Just happened at 2:23. 1 year, $3 million for Matt Duchene. Whoa! Wow.
Yep. Got this one right here. I don't think it's Alon, I'm not sure if it's no state tax is the problem, but it might have been a factor anyway. Why not?
You get a real good player for 1 year and $3 million. Wow. Anthony goes away for a while, and then Matt Duchene signs with Dallas. And I didn't think that was happening today. Wow. Daniel Sprong to the Wings, 1 year, $2 million. That doesn't take them out of the Alex DeBrincat sweepstakes. Oh, yeah.
It does not. Let's get Matt Duchene in there.
Yeah, Jesper Fast back to Canes was one that happened earlier on, 2.25. I think for 2 years.
I mean, so you still got Max Domi. You got to figure out where he's going.
So let's see here. Duchene's off the board. So we still have Comfort, Tarasenko, Kane, Klingberg, Jari, get rid of Bunting. I'm going to keep Mayfield on there until I see the actual terms. Sheary is off the board. Shattenkirk is off the board. Nyquist is off the board. Engvall is still on the board. Susie is off the board. Did Freddie Anderson sign?
No.
No, he didn't. OEL is off the board. Perfect is still on there. Wood and Gudas are both on. Mark, I'm with you on Oscar Sundqvist train, man. Can we get him, please? Corpusal is off the board. Ranta re-signed, right?
Ranta re-signed with Carolina, yeah.
Yeah. Hall
Now,
signed.
wasn't Carolina supposed to be getting Anthony D'Angelo?
Supposedly. I don't know if that is still happening or not.
I think that's off the board now, too.
Hamonic, Toews, Clifton, and Reimer both resigned. Suter is still on there. Cole's taken off. Hathaway's still on there. Josh Bailey, we're not going to do anything yet. Mikola's off the board. Nick Bonino would be a good signing for the Rangers. I really would like that one, depending on the salary on that.
Anthony, did you hear the news?
Duchesne, yeah. Yep. Pissed about that one, but there goes my having to jump in the pool fully clothed. I'm down one option there.
Down one option then.
DeBrincat is still alive, and after all, Lou likes to trade more than he likes free agents.
That's true.
And again, that's why Islander fans just kind of take a breath, because I think there's more validity to a DeBrincat deal than it is to the other thing. But although, then again, we're going to look at the Islanders books.
Oh, no, they're just talking about the shit. I thought McKenzie had something else.
Mark, you were just talking about D'Angelo. I mentioned you might have got lost in the shuffle. That trade the league deemed as potential cap circumvention because D'Angelo was traded to less than a year, a calendar year. So they view that they're looking into the validity of that deal happening. It might still happening, but the league is reviewing it.
So they get Dmitry Orlov and Tony D'Angelo in the same offseason. That's a little bit – it's like wasting money. There was a question on here earlier about my thoughts on the Rangers lineup, and simply put, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Anderson is back with Carolina?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Wow. Sorry, guys, I'm getting lost in the shuffle myself. But, yeah, I think the Rangers still need to improve their speed and get younger, but we'll see about that. I still think Brendan Ottman's on this team. They have to get faster. Getting slower is not the answer. I do like the Wheeler signing, especially for $800,000.
Tarasenko to the Scummers? What is this?
I think he's maybe Flyers. I mean, Anthony's team.
I think he's referencing that I called Bracco Gudis when I used that term. So I don't know if he's using it in the sense of.
Is he talking about the Flyers?
See, that's the thing. Is this an actual real thing, or is it just Anthony's Scummers line?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any validity to it. Dallas also signed Sam Steele, who didn't get qualified by Anaheim.
A few years back, he was viewed as an upper-level prospect, maybe not a blue chip, but a good prospect.
Yeah.
He's kind of fallen off a bit.
Yeah.
Only 28 points in 65 games last year. He was a first-round pick in 2016. 25 years old, going on 26. not now. When, you know? No, Steele didn't go to the Rangers, Jay. He didn't go. Stetcher to Coyotes.
Oh, the Scummers was a joke from before, he says.
Yeah.
I think we'd be happy if you went to the Scummers. Might be playing with us.
Speak for yourself, Mark.
Well, yeah, I've been playing. Be lucky if I'm on. I'd be lucky if the Scummers would take me.
Now Duchesne's gone. O'Reilly, RR's gone. I guess Tarasenko and Killorn and Bertuzzi, the best. Oh wait, Zucker to
Arizona. Wow, Arizona's adding.
Wow.
What the hell?
Definitely did not expect to see that. Trying to find Friedman.
Elliot Friedman saying here in Zucker to Arizona.
Yeah. 232 just now. 1 year, $5.3 million for Zucker.
He took that's basically a prove-it deal.
I mean, that A&B is not exactly a prove-it deal. It's the term, you know?
I think he was previously making $5 million.
Yeah, so it's actually a little more than he was making AAB-wise. It's just the term.
I mean, he's from Newport Beach, California, so was he trying to get back to California-ish?
I saw pictures of him playing roller hockey in Las Vegas years back, Jason Zucker. So that's kind of his area.
Phil, I know you kind of mocked me about my text to you yesterday because he played 78 games last year, but he played 41 the year before, and he missed like another 18 the year before that. That's the reason why I was kind of bringing that up.
Yeah, but he played 78 last year.
I know. Just previous year's injuries sometimes.
No, but still, all right, so if it would have been the other way around, yeah, I would say, all right, 2 bad years in a row, but I mean, he stayed healthy last year.
Yeah, 27 goals.
Yeah, which is really good. One year, $850K for Sam Steele in Dallas. Yeah, I mean, it's really just the kind of like, you know, this is your last chance, bud. You know, let's whip your ass into shape. Because Steele doesn't do anything with this, he's likely not in the NHL afterwards.
He was last year. He was playing on like a top 6 role for Minnesota at some point. I believe he was playing with Ryan Hartman.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up averaging about just under 15 minutes a game, and his numbers really weren't that great for that type of minutes. Josh Archibald, 2 years, $800K in Tampa. That's not a bad signing for $800K. Not a bad. You know what? You would take that type of player for $800K.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, he's not gonna wow you. I mean, he can score 20 points. So Rangers have 7.63 to get Lath, Miller, and another forward sign. Both Tarasenko and Kane are gone. I still think you can move Barclay Goodrow. I still think you can.
Okay, but what do you think it would cost them to move him draft capital wise? And I asked that question because right now I'm looking at there's no 3rd round selection. There's no 2nd or 3rd. This is all for 2024. There's no 2nd, 3rd, or fourth round pick of their own in 2025. And there's a conditional pick. Oh, if Nils Lundqvist can accumulate 55 points. And then this is a second round pick for 2026.
I think they can move him for a future third. I do. Looking at some of what these other guys were moved for and what they had to pay, like Josh Bailey, I know there was like less years on the contract, but $5 million for that, and some of the other guys moved. Just makes me think that they could. I think it's going to take less than what some think. And cap will go up too on top of that. So
Nils only 16 points last year. Doesn't look like the Rangers might get another pick out of that. The fact that they got a first rounder for him still was.
yeah, you take that.
So, describe to me how the process works emotionally for you when you have this new.
All right, so let's see where we are.
Day basically happens of where you're going to go next, and how did you come about making the decision to go down? You know, I'm still going through the process. I'm gonna be.
Now, Michael Bunting is getting $4.5 million on a.
Bunting is getting $4.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Matt Duchene gets bought out, $3 million deal.
Yeah. No, like I said, when these guys get bought out, they take significantly less because they don't need the money, and other teams know that they're getting paid still. So they're not. It's common sense that they're not going to get anything close to what they were making.
I still can't believe Wheeler that low. That's nuts.
Seattle, Carolina, Pittsburgh for Erik Karlsson.
I just don't see how Pittsburgh does it. And like there isn't much. I don't know. I just don't know how they can fit it in. But
San Jose is going to retain money. That's one. And then obviously whatever player's salary is going to go back to San Jose the other way. They could do it. I mean, I would say Seattle's the more likely of the team to do it. But it is possible for Pittsburgh to do it.
And I do have to say this is a positive for Pittsburgh. I went through the Rangers' lack of draft picks before coming up soon. Pittsburgh is missing a third rounder next year and a fifth rounder, and they have all of their draft picks and the Rangers' seventh next year, by the way. All their draft picks going to 2026. So that is like some of the ways that Dubas can land him. They got $14 million in cap space, but they have 10 forwards, 6 defensemen, and only 1 goaltender. So I think you need to worry about a goaltender first before you start worrying about Erik Karlsson. By the way, thanks to the 52 of you guys that are watching right now. Make sure if you haven't done it to hit the like button. I'm sorry that I have to say this over and over again, but I got to make sure that we're in the algorithm. And always, yeah. Haven't been able to use this one yet.
Yeah. Well, you could have used it in a couple of different scenarios.
Well, it could have. I just kept forgetting to do it. Wish I had something that could just do a keystroke on all these things. Thanks.
What are the chances that the Islanders actually make the Varlamov and Mayfield extensions official? I would say pretty much 0.
Yeah. That's why when it comes to it, it's all going to be rumors.
He ain't.
Gordon,
He ain't.
it's not official that he's retired. Not official yet.
Yeah,
Sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
0. I said 0.00001 chance that he announces something today with the Mayfield Varlamov happening. It's like since and all that whole group 2 years ago where he didn't announce it until fucking September 1st.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how he operates. That's how he operates. It is what it is.
Make drastic changes is rebuilding that back end because it looks like those guys up front are going to be bad.
I agree with you, Owen. I agree with what Price said, being heavier and harder on that.
All right.
But thank you, MJ. Appreciate that.
Because when you go back to that puck, you know, that heavy hard forecheck that's going to be
Yeah.
We talked about that earlier on.
It's the one area that I think they've got to work on.
I do like that signing for the Red Wings, and it doesn't take them out of the DeBrincat discussion. So. I think if DeBrincat gets traded to the Islanders, they find out more about that earlier than the Mayfield. Well, yeah, because the trade has to be announced. So
definitely, if he made a trade for DeBrincat, that would be announced. But he ain't announcing this re-signings of Varlamov and Mayfield for a while. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think he's going to hold that in.
I know Wheeler was with Laviolette in Sochi when he was the assistant coach for Dan Bilesma. Were they together on any of the World Championship teams recently, Phil?
it's possible. I would have to go look that up. The Worlds is tough to pay attention to because it's not a best-on-best tournament. It's something to keep you occupied in the off-season, but it's,
I'm not reading that out loud. I'm just saying he would be very tight-lipped about it. Like the Simpsons got the character Tony Tight-Lips. I think he can learn a couple things from Lou.
Yeah, like I said, Lou's not announcing anything regarding his re-signings. I'm pretty confident in that. It's just it's so ridiculous that he does it, but it is what it is.
It's just I can't help but sort of like just ask the questions on like why? What's the purpose in it? But I also get there's no reason for him to do it anyway. But sometimes it works against you. Anthony, remember what happened with the Kadri thing last year? That supposedly that fell apart.
Yeah, that was announced. That was announced the day we met Sorokin and Romanov when we were walking into Iceworks. That's when the news broke that he signed with Calgary. And
they were shocked.
Yeah, Romanov was. He was. Yeah, you know what, Wicked, this is true. I mean, there's some things Lou's done for a while. The no high jersey numbers, the no facial hair. But the whole thing with not announcing contracts, yeah, that was new to, just as of 2 years ago. As far as the reason why, I think it has to do with the salary cap. They haven't had much cap space going into off seasons lately, and I guess he felt that it gave him an advantage.
Ooh, Benito to NYR. Let's go.
That's an interesting one.
What did I say before? I literally said before that Nick Bonino would be a good signing for the Rangers, depending on what the cap was. Literally said it. Probably about 20 minutes ago.
Waiting to
Wow.
see.
All right, I'm cool with that. Depending on what they gave him, I'm cool with that.
That would have to mean that Tyler Mott is gone.
Tyler Mott was gone. Yeah.
As one of the guys is saying, did Lou shut down Twitter when looking or clicking on hashtags or trending searches?
I think Lou might have murdered Elon's guy that has been running. He probably put a hit on him, and that's probably why Twitter is all messed up.
Yeah.
But all right, so who do you have reporting it? By the way, that Benino is there.
I'm looking, Chris T. If you're seeing something, because apparently you're getting the things a lot quicker than we are here for whatever reason.
No, the Rangers announced it on Twitter themselves.
Wow. Okay, I missed that one. But let's see what the cap is. 1 year contract. No terms yet. The Rangers also got Connor Mackey, which is weird. It's another. $800K for Benino. Wow, $800K for Benino. Drury with another one.
Like, I know Benino played for Laviolette in Tampa. Not Tampa, sorry, Nashville. Misspoke. I mean, these are some nothing.
All right, so he's not going to be the 40-point player he was in Anaheim when he was 25 years old. Nobody's expecting that. If he's a 25 to 30-point player, anywhere in your bottom six, that's a real good deal. Real good deal.
By the way, they announced the Rangers when they tweeted out Nick Bonino's picture. They used the one from the Penguins.
Yeah.
So they're kind of reaching a little bit on that one. I still have to. I have to temper emotions on this right now because it's like I do wonder if they're going to be fast enough to compete with Jersey, but also coaching can eliminate a lot of that.
That's the thing. It's structure. Cody Glass, Nashville, 2 years, $2.5 million. He played better in Nashville, so I guess they're. 35 points in 72 games is pretty good, especially that he was doing nothing in Vegas before that.
You know what's kind of sad is that until the defenseman Haig, Nashville hasn't had a first-round pick play for them. Not Nashville, Vegas.
Yeah.
So one of the guys
Boston only had one in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Lauco.
And again, I really like what the Rangers have done. I'm just not over the moon about it. Like, there's other people that are saying this right now. That, no, it's amazing. It's amazing. No, I'm not sure if I want to use the word amazing.
What?
How great the Rangers have done in this free agent.
I would say they've done pretty good.
They've done pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, I get why you're concerned about speed, and that's a valid concern. But you got to remember, they're strapped for cap. And the fact that they've got, 6 players for maybe $4 million is really good.
All right. Let's see what we got. We still got Matt Shane's.
All right, so this is another thing I'm going to point out. Florida wasn't that fast and got to the final. There's a difference between being fast and playing fast. Rangers, I think, have the speed to be able to play fast, but they weren't playing fast. They weren't playing with an up-tempo pace. And I think that's part of it is Gerard Gallant. Laviolette is going to change a lot of that. Just remember that.
Mm-hmm. Like their forecheck is going to be a lot better.
Yeah, a lot better. And it wasn't really that good. I agree with Chris T. I think New Jersey is going to be they're going to be a good team. I don't think they're going to be a massively improved team. I think Foley will help. I think they're going to lose some depth in their bottom six, but
I think I'm curious about them because also you're losing Ryan Graves. Colin Miller is not Ryan Graves.
What happens with Kevin Ball now? Like to me, that's my big question. They have like 8 defensemen under contract.
Is it Jersey?
Yeah.
Okay,
so there's Hamilton, Marino, Siegenthaler, Miller, Smith, Hughes, Ball. That's 7. So it said 8 because I was guessing the free agency, but beforehand. But yeah, I don't. I wonder what happens with Kevin Ball.
It's Luke Hughes is the 6th defenseman, which isn't a bad
6th defenseman. I'm guessing they trade Kevin Ball then.
Yeah, he's gone. They're not going to need him with Nemec.
Yeah, not only that, but you have Simon Nemec too, who looks like he may be ready to play. So that's somebody that wasn't on their roster. That's who I was thinking of.
Again, it leaves you with right now Schmid and Vanacek as your goaltenders. And like we said, aside from Akira Schmid channeling Ken Dryden for 4 of 5 games versus the Rangers.
Ryan Carpenter to San Jose.
Let me just see if that moves my needle. Nope. Brendan Smith is signed. He's got 1 more year left. I think they re-signed him last year.
Ryan Carpenter, to San Jose. I'm happy about that. Just let him go. Let him go there, please. Get him away from this team. Gallant wanted to use him way too much.
I just wonder though if how many of these guys Gallant just either used properly like once or twice and then never again, or he just didn't use them right at all. Thomas Tatar is another guy that you haven't heard anything from. JT Comfer, we haven't heard anything from. Max Domi, we haven't heard anything from. Casper Fast with Carolina.
I wouldn't even mind if they signed someone like Domi or someone like that, depending on what the money is for him. Nothing on Jonathan Toews. I think Jonathan Toews might end up retiring, though. I wonder how his body can take playing anymore.
So it's a sad thing that we never get to retire on our own records or our own terms. Did this sort of happen, by the way, with us last year, Phil?
What?
That we got into the really quiet part, and it looked like I think we did 6 hours, and then Johnny Gaudreau wasn't going to re-sign, and then he re-signs. He signs with the Blue Jackets. Like, God damn it!
Yeah, I don't know. There's always a quiet before a storm. I mean, there's still Bertuzzi, there's still Killorn, there's still Comfort, Tarasenko. Kane, I don't think we're going to see for a while. But John Klingberg's probably the best defenseman available right now. Tristan Jarry is the best goalie available right now. Max Domi. Scott Mayfield, we think, has been re-signed, but I don't know. You got to technically have him out there. I mean, Brian Dumoulin is probably the second best defender left at this point. You could argue Matt Dumba if you want to go more offense. They're talking about Nick Taylor winning the Canadian over, being the first Canadian to do it in 70 years. No, I don't think so, Bobby. I think you're being optimistic there, my friend.
Matt Dumba, 4 goals, 10 assists last season.
I would have a lot of others ahead of Ryan Graves. I don't think Ryan Graves is that good. I think he's realistically a bottom pairing defenseman. Wouldn't mind him, but I think he's a bottom pairing guy. I think the other guys are all more capable of playing top 4 minutes. No courtship, no one brings up anything, just what's offered, yes or no. I think the courtship is all behind the scenes. I don't think we see that. I think that courtship in other sports is more publicized. I think that's what it is. Grimace is a birthday meal and a birthday shake.
Where exactly does Tristan Jarry end up?
Goaltending markets are so hard to predict. I mean,
Right.
All right, so both Tarasenko. So are you seeing this somewhere, Alan? Or are you thinking this? Could the Rangers sign Josh Bailey to? I don't want.
I don't want any part to do with Josh Bailey.
No, thanks, guys. I've been
Josh Bailey.
No.
Josh Bailey is D-O-N. I usually use the word D-U-N, be like, it's D-U-N done, but I'm actually going to go with that he's done and that there is no E because I'm done after that. I don't see Josh Bailey really being much. And you know what? Maybe I'm proved wrong, and good for me. Or good for him. Wow.
What?
Well, I just refreshed Twitter, and I just saw Ohtani's home run from last night. Yikes.
Yeah, that was a massive moonshot.
A lot of them saying that's the furthest home run that was hit in a while. I mean, didn't Judge and Stanton, hit some monsters?
Judge hit one that was estimated right about 500 feet.
And I mean, I know Cespedes nearly hit somebody getting a beer in Florida. So it's like
Ryan Donato to the Hawks, 2 years, $2 million. Okay. All right. Not a bad little deal for Ryan Donato. I mean, there's a guy that I thought when he first came up there was going to be more scoring prowess to him. Hasn't exactly blown the doors off. 14 goals, 27 points in 71 games last year. He had 16 goals, 31 points, career highs in 74 games the year before. Depth scorer, good shot. Not a big facilitator of offense, but a decent complementary depth scorer.
Man,
Yeah, I would like Domi on the Rangers. I think he could come in and help with what they want. I think it would be a good fit depending on the price. I know everybody talks about Kane. I would want to go with somebody like Domi who can play a little bit of a quicker, a little bit of a grittier game.
right. It's 204 right now. I can stretch to 230. But that's also just me. So you guys can keep going.
Yeah, I don't know what Anthony is doing at this point. I think he's probably just doing the whole phones thing. But I don't really know what he can do with that, though.
So yeah, my concern still is, as I was mentioning before in the chat, I just hope the Rangers have the speed to really.
What? Knicks just traded Obi Toppin to the Pacers for 2 second-round picks? Why? Ugh. That means they're probably going to make a deal for somebody else. They probably didn't want to include Obi Toppin to whoever. Hell, oh, man. You've got to be kidding me.
All right. What?
Oh, man, that sucks.
I mean, I can't help but say it like this. Why?
What?
I don't know much about basketball, but I do know Obi Toppin is worth more than a second round picks that are basically useless.
Alan saying Knicks are going for Lillard. You know what? Damian Lillard had just come out and requested a trade. I could see it, but I don't know how second-round picks really do anything for you. You would need to get at least a first for Obi Toppin for that to be something. So.
I should mention that Nick's
Oh man.
4 or 5 feet of break in it.
TSN has resorted to playing golf in studio. That's how you know things are getting slow.
Yeah. But that's the way it looks. It looks like like I said, we're gonna go to about 230, and then
I don't know if that's gonna make it. Oh dog, nope, that's gonna stop. Wow, we are getting entertainment out of Jeff O'Neill trying to make a 72-foot putt.
Absolutely love the
Oh, he came that short.
I love these guys when they were on Letterkenny. That was so great. Especially Dreger and McKenzie just ripping on just Jeff O'Neill.
Yeah. Can someone knock on the door and see if he's awake? Yeah, I'll send Marc to go do that. Are the Islanders still in on DeBrincat?
According to what we heard, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh man.
Ward.
Duffy gets up there and takes one hack and just misses. Yes, Steve Levy got fired from ESPN. If you actually would have not been lazy and just actually looked at the tweet that I was referring to, you would have found that out. But instead, you're asking others to give you information.
As the way that I said it, responding to, I saw it on your thing. One door closes, another one opens. A chapter might end, but not the story. Keep moving forward. As Steve Levy is fantastic, and there's going to be plenty of networks that are going to line up. and not really fired. He was let go. There was a difference.
Yes, you can confirm by looking at the actual tweets, like I tell you all the time. He always he's one of my best friends, but he will sit there and instead of actually looking into it, he will sit there and ask other people to confirm for him instead of just doing it. It's just like, all you have to do is just look. Just look.
I got to go with, by the way, that Askarov is not on the block. He was on the block for the right situations.
It's funny we mentioned Askarov and Jamie McLennan earlier on today, probably before I even hopped on here, said that Twitter is buggy today. It wasn't buggy last night when you actually tweeted at me about it. So, Jamie McLennan brought up an interesting scenario. You know, could UC Saros be available? And, if so, the return could be pretty big for him. So.
This comes just after the Jets bought him out after spending 13 years with the franchise. He had 55 points in
13 years. Wow. It's a long time, one franchise.
Well, it says something when you were traded to first off, I'm trying to think of how many players in the league right now wore an Atlanta Thrashers jersey.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably the last one.
Well, Wheeler, Kane.
Yeah, Kane, yeah. And Kane will probably end up being the last one because Kane was drafted in 2009. So he's several years younger than Wheeler.
Well, I mean, bless us all, Vander Kane doesn't put himself out of the league. By the way,
if you want to donate, you can just do like a super how do they go about that, Mark? You're better with that.
Super if you look at the chats, there's the cash option that's down there. There's also if you go into the description, there's a tip jar in there as well. So thank you, KB. So we'll get on that.
Dumba, Tarasenko, Klingberg, Bertuzzi available. Still surprised? Yeah, I mean, Johnny, to a point. It's a lot of guys aren't going to sign on that first day.
There is no chance this is happening. There is no chance. Trading Soros to clear space for Jari? Sorry. Nope.
Well, no, it's actually not that far-fetched of an idea. So thank you, John. Appreciate it. But I'm actually going to circle back to this. It's really not that far-fetched. You think about it. Nashville's retooling. They're going to need a starting goaltender. Tristan Jarry is not someone that's going to lead you to the promised land. But could he be a capable starter for what they would want? So let's just think of it this way. If you can get a prospect, and another lesser prospect for UC Saros, or if you could get the big haul that you're looking for UC Saros, continue your retool, and then bring in Tristan Jarry to kind of just stopgap things and kind of give Yaroslav Askarov a security blanket, depending on what the cost is on Jarry, that's actually a smart move.
This is gonna be my reasoning, because after all, I still think one of the greatest mistakes a hockey team has made, or a franchise, if you will, since in the last 25 years, was the Islanders trading Roberto Luongo. Why?
This is a different situation. The Islanders were
one of the best goalie prospects in the NHL right now. You did say it was the Minnesota guy.
Top 5 goalie prospect right now. Okay. But that's it. It's not about that. It's about the fact that the Islanders were a young, rebuilding team that
ended up trying to trade away a prospect to draft another prospect and then accelerate their rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a completely different scenario. It's apples to oranges. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate that. Really do appreciate that. Nemesnikov, Jets, 2 years, $2 million. Not bad. Yeah, Dave actually had it before everybody else did.
John was asking about chances Goudreau gets moved this offseason. And you're still saying it's still pretty high.
I still think it's happening. I still think it's happening. It just may not happen right now, but I don't know. This is actually a good question from Romanello here. Ty Anderson had a really, really good year in the AHL for Hartford. Really good year. Former teammate of Keandre Miller at Wisconsin. I wonder if he gets the shot. If he blows them away in training camp, maybe he's that guy because they like guys his size. They don't exactly want to seem to give Zach Jones that chance, even though they've re-signed him. So let's see what Laviolette does there. Gibson to hometown at Pitt trade. Chari to Anaheim might make more sense. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think Gibson makes sense, but I wonder if Pittsburgh, what assets does Pittsburgh have at this point to go and make a Gibson deal? Jari to Anaheim might make sense in some capacity. I just wonder if that's actually where they go. I don't see it. Could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Brossoit back to Winnipeg. 1 year, $1 million, or 1 year.
It's actually 1.175. Let me go through my Twitter feed.
Jacobs. Why are you talking about an NFL running back? I'm guessing this is some sort of joke. I don't know.
I'm assuming it's
I'm missing something here. He's maybe making a comparison to another player, I guess. Not sure. Alan, yeah, you're right. Milbury had a hard-on for DiPietro, and that's really what that comes down to. He had a hard-on for DiPietro because he thought DiPietro, because of his puck handling, was going to be the new era of – he thought he was coming across the next Marty Brodeur. It's basically what it comes down to. Should have never went first overall. First round talent that year, no problem with that. First overall, nope.
Oh, because the Blues signed to Josh Jacobs.
Oh.
There we go.
I didn't even see that. Okay.
I just don't know what the Blues can do right now.
What's the return for Gaudreau? I don't think there's much of a return. I think there's probably something going with him. So.
But still, looking at all this, like I'm trying to go around the NHL to think of what teams really need a goaltender. Jar's the best goaltender out there. Of course, if you're telling me you get an all-star goaltender, that'd be right there. It's just
you know what? It's surprising that Korpisalo got that deal. With this goaltending market seeming to be more of a buyer's market because there's too many goalies and there's not enough spots, not enough needs. Carolina brought back Freddie Anderson. So that was one of the spots that you would have think, okay, they need a goalie. Who else really needs a goalie right now? Vancouver's got Demko. They're not doing anything otherwise. Dallas has Ottinger. The New York teams are all good. Jersey? I can't see Jersey going and signing Tristan Jarry.
As Romanel is saying right here, don't get too much into Chris, we know about that one. That was reported before.
Yeah, King signed Talbot, but they also had a goalie on top of that already. Supposedly they were dangling Peterson, but I mean,
but you can make a whole stream about Milbury's awful trades, but you could do that before Wong took over. But this is the reason why it's a mistake, because they could have drafted.
Yeah, they could have kept. Yeah. I think that's been beaten like a dead horse.
Yeah, I mean they did end up with Marc Parrish, who was a very good New York Islander. Mark is also feeling the pinch from 4 hours.
Oh, man.
Oh, sorry, 3:30.
Oh, God. Bobby, I don't necessarily agree that it was a buyout or nothing. I really don't. Yeah. Yeah, John donated 99 cents.
Where's the extra penny?
I think he wanted to buy you a soda, Mark.
Oh, that's great because I believe 40 of that cents went to YouTube. Thanks. All right. Oh boy, here's all the boys coming in. Happy 50th birthday.
Mark, just like pool, Mark gets better when he's drinking.
Oh, at least I'm getting all of these in right now.
So glad I blew off my friend for 49 people and Phil. Thanks, Matt. I don't Phil from you. I'll take that one.
All right. So
I promise I won't fall asleep on you as president.
No,
we're at 52 million a year.
It's amazing. It's amazing what they're doing with a lot of that stuff. As far as those, yeah, that's been the joke all weekend that I turned 50. Yeah. So,
just for the team, but for some of the good players.
Anyway.
I'm not going to put up some of these other comments.
No, we can all let it go for a little bit. Actually, the funny part is the viewerships have mentioned that. I don't think that's true either. So anyway, yeah, but I kind of would prefer not to get all this on anyway. Andrew Gross tweeted 2 hours ago. Seems like lifetime.
Life of an Islanders beat writer has to be hammered. Yeah. I mean, when lose your general manager and you're not allowed to announce anything, I mean, 6 years from Miles Wood in Colorado. What?
That can't be right.
Why? There's no way. This can't be.
Elliot Friedman, not sure of the number here, but it sounds like 6 years for Miles Wood with the Avalanche.
Oh my God!
Jesus.
That AAV better be low for 6 years. 6 years. What in the actual hell is that about?
Well, the sticky point too is what does Winnipeg want back for help? This is one of the top tier goaltenders in and out.
What is this whole thing about with Tuna, Mark?
No, don't worry about it. Oh my God. Trocheck is worth that more than Miles Wood is, Chris T. Come on. Let's not even play around. All right, so I'm by myself. Mark is definitely. I think Mark is not happy. Oh no, there he is. Yeah, I just had to take care of something for a second. I got about 9 more minutes that I'm on.
Yeah, I think your friends want you to come hang out with them.
Yeah, but
I don't think that there's going to be more.
I don't think so.
I think we're kind of probably done for the day for the most part in terms of like the big deals. I mean, TSN is going for another, I don't even know how long. I think their feed might be ending soon. I know the NHL Network one is until
5.
Well, yeah, not seeing anything else right now.
Now this is more of a revamp. They got 3 pieces that I think the pressure's off. I really do, because of what they got back from LA. They got 3 players, 2 of whom are for sure going to play. Rasmus Picard is still a good bet. They're all big guys. They're all kind of on the front.
If that's true, 6 years on Miles Wood.
Pressure's off.
Yeah, I don't even understand it.
Now you can breathe and do it on your terms.
What keeps him competitive because he also
I don't even.
more speed and viewers and Connor. So there is some other pieces to this puzzle that it's a matter
I
of.
don't even know. I'm trying to get you an exact age Miles Wood is. Miles Wood is 27.
Oh, Bugstad back to the Coyotes. 2 years, 2.1. Yeah.
But if he leaves this summer, then they go next year with one of us whoever else.
Yeah, Johnny. Connor Mackey is 6'7" defenseman. He's a depth guy. He'll split time between the team and the AHL probably.
He plays center, is domestic top, legitimately top 6 centerman on a.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to go myself either. So,
All right.
This is really kind of like slowing down.
Yeah, we've kind of been in a lull. All right, I'm gonna sign off here, and everybody, thanks for watching. Oh, hey Mario, you actually got to see a live broadcast for once.
Yeah, Mario's been in there for a while.
Yeah, you got Steven right there.
Who just joined? Yeah.
Yeah, that Steven who helped with the mock draft. All right.
Parker Watherspoon to the Bruins on a 2-year deal. Played all right for played all right for the Islanders.
All right. Phil, I'm going to sign out myself, so I'll see you
Go
soon.
for a little longer. I don't know how much longer I got. Maybe 20 minutes. So.
All right, everybody. We'll see you Wednesday for the the weekly show. I'm just gonna get off this right now. There's a couple murders I have to commit, so I'll see you later.
All right. Take care, Mark. Yeah, so it's just me. Thank you, John. John is obviously trolling Mark. John from All Things Islanders. That's John Sullivan right there. But yeah, I could see Mark getting trolled by his friends in the chat is pretty funny actually. So, but yeah, I gotta thank Mark for sticking with us. I know he's in the middle of a trip, and then it's pretty cool that he did this. The chat, the people bullying Mark in the chat are Mark's friends, so it's fine. They're good. So yeah, I think we're at the point where we're in a lull. Tell him to stay. He already left. We just want to drink with Mark. We miss him. John DiMartino, I'm a fan. Thank you. Appreciate it. So this is my new nickname now, apparently. Flip. It works. Shots. I think Mark's probably going to do some shots with you guys. You'll have him soon enough. So yeah, so big day for the Rangers. They really kind of got their top 6 short up, and you go and you get Blake Wheeler for nothing. You go and get John Quick the backup, Igor Shesterkin. I like it. For the Mark's back. What brought you back here, bud?
Oh no, I'm done. I was just doing a little moderation. See you later.
All right, later. Yes, definitely like, share, and subscribe. Appreciate that. No, we are definitely not going until 3 a.m. again. That's not happening. Oh, Marc's hitting the ban hammer. Marc is hitting the ban hammer. Oh, no. Marc basically banned his friends. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Yeah. So, 7 players signed today for $3.325 million. Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily a division winner either. I mean, it depends on what happens with Laviolette in the system. Depends. Are they a more structured and sound team? I think they will be. Is it enough to get them past New Jersey and Carolina? I don't know. I mean, if they play sound positional hockey, then yeah, that could happen. Is that really Bobby Brown? Look like her. Yeah. We're just kind of looking at a lull right now. I think the next wave of players happens where you're looking at like a DeBrincat move ends up happening, and I think then you look at guys like Bertuzzi and stuff like that ends up signing after that. Can we finally get some major Isles news? Yeah, I wonder if the Isles really. I don't think they're going to give you any news at this point. And I doubt they end up getting DeBrincat. It just doesn't seem like a Lou type move to me. Once again, Rangers' success depends on if Kakko and Lafreniere can put up a minimum of 60 points. It's not asking a lot for. I mean, it might be asking a little bit for guys who haven't produced close to that number, but let's see what they do with actual minutes. Let's see Kakko get top 6 minutes. Those guys do have to earn it, though, especially Lafreniere. I think Kakko has played well enough to stay there at times. I want to see improvements in speed for both those players, especially Lafreniere, and I want to see improvement in strength from Lafreniere as well. Where are you hearing this, David? Where are you hearing this? Is this something that Staple wrote? I'm gonna look through and see what I can find. Try and see if I can find.
This year at 12%, dramatic drop off in goals with how many times he's shooting. He's even had an increase in shots from the slot, so he's still getting high quality shot attempts. He's actually first in the NHL this season in even strength expected goals.
Well, no. So the athletic article was that Staple they said that they were quietly shopping Lafreniere. While that's possible, I don't think he was going anywhere. I really don't think they're going anywhere unless there's some young, established elite, almost or elite or close to elite level forward coming in return for him. And obviously, it wouldn't be Lafreniere alone; it would be other assets that would be going the other way. So, I really don't see them giving up on him. If you told me that there's a young, established top 6 winger with still some room to grow, right winger, I would say, then maybe, yeah, I could see that at that point. See, Bobby, I don't think that happens, though. I don't think Lafreniere. I don't think he
stays at like for that price. I think he wants to take lesser years and then kind of prove himself. If he's smart, that's what he would do. Thank you, MJ. Appreciate it. I know all three of us do. I know Mark and Anthony would say the same thing. Killorn to Ducks. Okay. Alex Killorn to the Anaheim Ducks. Anaheim Ducks went out and got Killorn and Gudas today. They got some glue guys to put with their young players. And obviously now you got Adam Fantilli that you're adding, or your Leo Carlson rather, you're adding to that. That's pretty good. And I think Leo Carlson's probably going to play this year. I'm not seeing the trying to go to Friedman. Let's see here. No, it's not Friedman. Let's see if it's Johnston. No.
So we're going to quickly move to number two. Number two is find a trading partner for Alex DeBrincat. No, Alex DeBrincat, no.
Sir Valley is saying, okay. And Drury saying no truth to Lafreniere being moved. Yeah, as I thought. As I thought. Yeah, Bailey, that's an old one. We talked about that one probably about like 15 minutes ago or so. Hugstad back to Coyotes. It's like 2.1 million, I think it was. Sarah Valley saying that it's Killorn. Not done. It's saying not done though. So. Yeah, it's more so fans of other teams, Lippy. You're right about that. He's not going anywhere. Lafreniere is not going anywhere. They're not giving up on a first overall pick. Like I said, unless there was someone like a Stutzla or someone like that coming in return, they are not giving up on Lafreniere. And Stutzla is not going to be available because he's up there. He's already a top level offensive player. Yeah. Yeah, So Anthony's stream is now removed from the background, so he's off permanently. So now it's just me on here. I'll probably go for like another 10 minutes or so, just because I think we're probably close to done for the day. So the Alex Killorn signing, if it ends up being true, that's probably the last big one. So let's see here. Mesnikov is off the board. I'm just looking at my board here. Evan Rodriguez is still available. Pierre Engvall, Tomas Tatar, Brian Dumoulin, Matt Dumba, Ryan Graves, Shane Gostisbehere. We're going to consider Scott Mayfield still available. John Klingberg, I'm surprised, is still available. What does it take for that guy to get a new contract? How does he not have a contract? I know he didn't have the greatest year, but he had 33 points in 67 games. That's just under 40 points on a bad Anaheim team and then Minnesota. So LeBron confirming it. Yeah, I think the Brinkhead makes a ton of sense. Kulikov to the Panthers. Okay. So he goes back to where he originally came from. Okay. Alex Cologne's off the board. That was a top 10 option left after his big career year. He had a good year at the right time, Alex Cologne. He really did. Kulikov on TSN's board. You got other guys like Achari and Watson and Hathaway and Mott and Paul Stastny is left. Both Stahl brothers are left. Jonathan Drouin, you wonder what type of deal he gets. I mean, there's still some good players left. I don't think Miller gets 4. I don't. Dobson got 4, and I don't think Miller scored less points than Dobson, and Miller's playoffs are just not good. He was just not good at all in the playoffs. Thank you, GTG. Appreciate you joining us as always. Remember when William Karlsson and Jonathan Marchessault put up 40 points on third line, so people didn't think any. Yeah, they go to big. Yeah, I get what you're saying here. Alan, I would say the problem with Klingberg, and I believe that he's a right shot defenseman. So I don't see where he fits, especially if Scott Mayfield is still there. Because then your right side is Pulock, Mayfield, and Dobson. So where is the room for him at that point? I just don't see it. Yeah, John Klingberg's a right shot, right-handed defenseman. He's right side, right shot defenseman. Yeah, this is a good question, James. I think they go cheap. Maybe even Connor Mackey comes in. So they're going to have options. Maybe Ty Emberson. I mean, ideally, the Rangers would probably love to see Emberson or Jones take that spot. I think that's, and then you have Connor Mackey as like AHL 6-7, 7th defenseman depth, that type of deal. Unless Dobson is in the DeBrincat deal. I mean, I doubt he's in the DeBrincat deal. I doubt they move Dobson. Dobson has term. He's younger. And the right shot offensive defensemen on the right side are, especially good puck movers like that, are hard to find. I'm not high on Matthew Robertson. Matthew Robertson, to me, hasn't shown anything that he's going to be an NHL defenseman one day. Ooh, wow. This is a big deal. 4 years, $625 million for Killorn. They just announced it right as I was saying it on TSN. That's a big, big deal. If he got that, that changes a lot of things in terms of Vladimir Tarasenko and Tyler Bertuzzi. Ooh, wow. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting. I think if you're one of those two camps, you're looking at that deal and you're licking your chops right now. Iceman, I still think there is a way that they could pick up Hathaway. I think they can. So, you know what, Wahlstrom, I'm going to sit there and I don't see Wahlstrom as a player. I was high when they drafted him, on him. I was very high on him. I wanted the Rangers to take him. But he just hasn't done anything to elevate himself. And then the injuries have not helped. I could see Bertuzzi going to Seattle. I could see that. He would help them out big time. Robertson's not a great skater. I mean, he got embarrassed in preseason last year. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that he's really all that good. I'm sorry, I just don't. And he's not particularly physical. I mean, I'm not sure of where you're seeing this from, but he's not particularly physical. I have my doubts as to whether he's an NHL defenseman. Until he shows it, I don't see it. Are Anaheim re-signing Zegers? Simple answer, yes. Yeah. You don't see Bertuzzi going for the same money that Killorn did. I think Bertuzzi's a better player than Killorn. The only problem with Bertuzzi is that he had an injury year last year. Killorn had a career year last year. I don't see Killorn putting up those numbers again. Could I be wrong? Sure. He seems to be like the complimentary glue type guy, like Palat. So. Lippy, I'm sorry, you don't add aggression. That's a mindset that you have to have. You have to have it. It's either you have that mindset to play like that or you don't. Tom Pody, big guy, 6'3", 215, 220. Didn't play like that. I mean, you got it. That's got to be in your head. If that's not in your head, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So sorry, I don't see it. Yeah, sometimes signings come in late, Mario. They do, but I wonder, Drury's making it sound like Bonino's slotting as 4C. Yeah, I do think that could be the case. Also called Pitlick a true right winger. Sure, yeah. And yeah, James, this is my point. Like, just because you're big doesn't mean you're physical. I've seen other defenders that were big, that were not physical. Size doesn't mean physicality. And it's not something you just add, oh, yeah, I'm just going to decide to be, It's got to be with physical defenders, it's a wiring that they have in their head. So, no, I don't think Miller has added aggression. I don't. I still think you see it from time to time, but there's no consistency to it. Zero consistency on when he's physical. Like, there are times where he gets pissed off and he throws people around, but it's not on a night-to-night basis. Sorry. Just don't see it. And I would love to see him get like that, but he just doesn't do it enough. 3 years, $2 million for Achari. Good deal for Achari. Good deal for Achari. I don't like the fact that Pittsburgh got him. I hate the fact that Pittsburgh got him. But 14 goals and 23 points last year with St. Louis and then Toronto. I mean, it's a guy that's going to get you. I mean, he had a 20-goal season in 2020 in 66 games with 20 goals and 27 points. My computer's kind of frozen right now. Sorry, everybody.
Police Constable Ryan O'Reilly, who happens to be the O-Dog's brother, watching. Without beard.
I don't know if anybody can still see me or not. My computer is freezing a little bit. Okay.
Good-looking guy. Good-looking guy.
This likely means that Jimmy VC is moving up. Oh, yeah, that could be the case. Libby, how much of an improvement is that? How much of an improvement is it? This much? I just... Yeah, and you know what? That's the thing, David. I mean, yeah, I could see that.
I'm going to deny this one, Hazy, because I'm with the Quizmaster.
Yeah.
One of his famous lines is he's one of the most evolved players of all time. You look at the
I just think that he's. Yeah, in a way, it helps.
It's just incredible, and I don't think he needs a Stanley Cup. But I'm going to finish it off with this. He's going to win one sooner or later. He's just too good. You saw the combination.
Yeah, I agree with O'Neill here on McDavid. His former 40-goal scorer, Jeff O'Neill, too.
Right now I'm going to deny it because I think he's going to get all the hardware and all the accolades that you mentioned. But I also think the Olympics will be factored in at some point.
See, you know what? I hate seeing people talk about Connor McDavid needing a Stanley Cup. Connor McDavid doesn't need a Stanley Cup to be considered. He's already one of the best players to ever play this game. What he has done through his first 8 seasons is just stupid. It's stupid. What, 5 scoring trophies from Rocket Richard, 3 MVPs, 4 Pearsons? Stupid. Stupid. He's already got like 850 points through less than 600 games. You want to go down the actual accolades list for Connor McDavid? It's nuts. He is on an all-time great trajectory. 850 points in 569 games. That is stupid. 5 scoring trophies, 6 100-point seasons. He would have easily broken 100 points in 2020 had he not missed the 7 games he missed, or 6 games that he missed. Just, oh.
And for the teams that can't get anything done playoff-wise, I won't mention any names, but why not take a shot at the guy? Why not take a shot at
Eric Carlson, I don't, yeah.
I'm confirming it as well. I mean, all we hear, and Lord Miller can back this up because he talks about building a team around top-tier defensemen. We just saw the Vegas Golden Knights with 2 top-tier defensemen as far as Norris Calvert. The guy got 100 points. When he's healthy, he's arguably one of the best players on the planet. So I'm confirming it. Yes, it's big money. It's huge budget paid for.
I think somebody's going to retain on Carl. Somebody's going to get Carlson, but they're going to have to retain. San Jose is going to have to retain significant money for a contender to eat that type of deal. I don't think you go and get Eric Carlson if you're a bubble team or a Yeah, Connor McDavid could have 1,000 points by the end of. No, I think Connor McDavid has 1,000. Not only could, he will. If he stays healthy, he will have 1,000 points by the end of. Oh no, you said next season. This upcoming season. I'm sorry. The following year, he definitely will. My bad. I read that wrong, Chris T. But. My God.
The way he skates and handles the puck, the way he passes the puck, everything, he is going to be dominant in year 1.
I'm pretty sure he said 65 to 75 points, but we'll have to go back to the talents. I'm denying it because I could.
Did he just say that Connor Bedard was going to have a 100-point rookie year? My God.
Those are all top-tier players, and we've seen it right in front of our eyes. So for me, you get a little bit farther down on the list.
I'm denying it as well. Throwing McCarr, Adam Fox, I'd have them ahead of Bedard. He doesn't play a game in the NHL. Yes, he's 18 years old. Maybe he's going to be, he's automatic 100-point guy. I'll believe it when I see it.
Automatic 100-point guy is a bit much for me. I maybe he improves that speed and I would love to see it. I think Connor Bedard is just going to be something really exciting to watch, man.
When you said 100 points for Connor Bedard, but wouldn't put it past him. Hey, we wondered for a while if everybody believes.
I think that's a bit too much. I wouldn't be shocked if Connor Bedard was an 80-point player, though, right off the bat. Like, if he had a 40-goal, 80-point rookie season, I wouldn't be shocked. I think his shot is good enough to score 40 goals. I wouldn't be shocked if he scored 40 goals as a rookie. Really wouldn't. Logan Brown, 1-year deal in Tampa. I think free agent frenzy on TSN is pretty much done. If that's the case, I can't really, not really going to stay on much longer than that. Might just get your final comments on things and then go about the rest of the day, you know? I think 35 is a very safe bet. I'm going to go bold and say he hits 40. Will the Isles bury Johnston, Clutterbuck, or Martin in the minors? I don't think so. I think they're just too ingrained to those guys, too loyal to them to bury them. Martin's making $1.5 million. Clutterbuck's making $1.75. Johnston 1.1. That's the problem with the Islanders. You overpay those guys badly. Clutterbuck is not worth that anymore. I'm sorry, it's just not. Yeah, and that's also another problem. You have all three of those guys on a roster. Like, why do you have three guys that are relatively prehistoric in terms of their game and what they give you? Why? To me, I just don't see it. 12 points in 49 games for Clutterbuck. What was he on pace for? Maybe 20? I mean, he had a 23-point year in 2019, but that was also the most games he's played in 5 seasons, 73. I mean, he played 50 of the 56 games in 2021, but it's easier to play more games of a shorter schedule. New York Rangers legend Vinny Lettieri signing with the Wild. How many years before the Bedard Rangers rumors start? I don't know if that ever happens. I wish. Yeah, Lamoriello is stuck in his mindset in certain ways. This is why Lamoriello hasn't won in 20 years now. Because he thinks it's still 1998 or 2000 or 2003, and thinks that you still win by playing the trap with gritty, defensive-minded players instead of going out and getting scores. Vinny Lettieri was not a point per game for the Rangers. He may have had a power play goal for them. Vinny Prospel was close to a point per game at one point. Yeah, I like Noel Chard for $2 million. Pittsburgh's actually made some solid signings. They got some good depth. Carlo Koliakovo. I remember when Carlo Koliakovo was one of the top prospects in all of hockey, and the Maple Leafs fans and a lot of the Canadian media talked about him as like the next big defensive prospect. Like he was going to be a future Norris winner one day. And boy, he never lived up to that hype. And being a top Leafs prospect has its perks, and it definitely has its pros and definitely has its cons. That was one of the cons. There was just way too much way too much pressure on him to be something that he probably was never going to live up to in the first place. Oh, they're all in their jerseys from their respective performances with Canada. That's pretty cool. I love Mike Johnson's jersey. Almost called him Matt Johnson. Oof. Matt Johnson, a name that Ranger fans will not like older Ranger fans. That was the man that sucker punched Jeff Bookeboom in LA in December of '98 and ended his career. Koliakovo and Steen were traded for Lee Stempniak. Yeah. Lee Stempniak wasn't a bad player, though. Really wasn't.
Wayne Gretzky, anything 99, any type of jersey, the Edmonton Oilers, and that past the Maryland